Howdy, Matthew Pizgatti here. The video I have today is a little different. It's actually an audio recording from Telegram, like some of the last few videos were. Um, if you're already in Telegram, you could go listen to it there. I have it pinned in our voice chat. But this is BankTeller, who is over. He's the dev, for EMP.Money. So BankTeller and Forex Shark. Now, I'm going to try to not be too clickbaity when I create this thumbnail. I'll do my best. Although, people creating YouTube videos, that is what we do to grab a little bit of attention. But there's been, all these words thrown around like they were fighting or Bank Teller versus Forex or whatever. And there's a little bit of heated moments here and there. But uh, overall, I think it's incredibly informative for you to listen to. Maybe not the whole thing. You should skip around a bit, find what interests you. But it's like a 4 hour long clip. So you kind of sort through to more halfway through and towards the end. Forex is answering some questions that may interest you if you're in DRIP. If you are in Elephant or in both, you might find some of the rhetoric or dialogue back and forth between the two interesting from BankTeller as well. Did he know that there was an exploit? Did he do anything about it? Didn't Forex tell him beforehand? They had pointed it out, things like that. But it's an interesting exchange back and forth. If you're in the ecosystem, if you're in the space, treat it like a podcast or something interesting that just happens to deal with the ecosystem and financial investment that if you've made any in this ecosystem. So if you're not in DRIP, if you're not in EMP.Money, I don't know if any of this will interest you at all. Like I said, it's a very long clip. Up to you if you want to listen to it or not. But I like to transmit these things for you on YouTube for those of you who don't have Telegram at the very least. If you find these updates and communications and content interesting, as always, like and subscribe. I appreciate that a lot. And without further ado, I'll go ahead and roll the clip. There's not going to be anything from me at the end. I'm just tacking this on the end of this video and uploading it if YouTube will let me upload such a massive length of time. So here we go. See you all in the next video. Have a good one.
Do you think this was connected at all?
That probably was them running their QA, ready to deploy. Right, Don?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, they would have been testing any number of parameters to see how the contracts respond and, how they can manipulate it. This is something that I was telling you guys earlier today, and particularly on the stream, is that flash loans are not something that just come up out of the blue. These things are smart contracts that are written with high levels of precision and oftentimes with things as detailed as machine code and assembly code right there and then. The whole idea is that they take a large sum of money somewhere else, they do a bunch of shit with it, and they put it back in one transaction. So this was premeditated, this was planned, this was rehearsed.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Yep.
To do it one block, it had to.
Exactly what flash loans allow is for you to grab the capital you need to do all those transactions in one block. That's the thing. When you write a custom contract of your own, you can queue up as many different functions and calls as you want in it, so long as the block height doesn't get too bad. I mean, that's exactly why you pay gas and varying amounts thereof when you do everyday transactions, is because, different calls and different amounts of calls in a function will create different levels of expense. So, this flash loan probably wasn't the cheapest thing to run in terms of gas. It probably cost like a couple of $100 to run each time or whatever. But the point remains is that it can all happen in one block because it's a custom engineered contract.
So in terms of DeFi, what do you do to be like you suing this certic?
Suing?
Yeah, in DeFi terms, what's the equivalent?
I mean, okay. So the the good news is that I was looking at this problem for a while, and making plans to move to a different model based on the community behavior and stuff. So I'll be the first to just simply say we have we had reserves in different forms, and I think something that the community wasn't realizing in the first place is that I think the stakers especially too, a lot of people were just converting the elephant treasury, converting the treasury back to BUSD, basically selling elephant and minting trunk, which is unwinding the work that we've done. The mechanism works because it takes tokens out of the liquidity pool, which slides the price up that parabolic chart. If you unwind that, it goes parabolically just as fast back down. And that's what we saw. So our liquidity only got chopped in half, but our price went down more dramatically. But since we have such deep liquidity, ultimately, yeah, we only, it's
Horrible effort.
we still have way more money than most projects.
Well, we got Forex Shark in here. You got any input, Forex Shark? You got anything you can say about this?
I don't have much to say. I'm sorry that this happened to BT. I'm sorry that people lost money. I think that it was kind of an obvious vulnerability, but he says that he saw it, so maybe he saw it. He was trying to deal with it. I was kind of hoping that he would patch it, but I also wasn't paying any attention and haven't thought about the project for months, so it wasn't even something on my mind. But I don't know. The only reason why I'm in here is because people are asking me to come in here, and people said that my name was mentioned at some point. But yeah, man. I mean, it sucks. It really sucks that this happened. I'm sorry that this happened to the investors and everything. And I don't want to see this happen to anybody or BT. Like, obviously, I don't get along with BT, but I don't want to see this happen either. So.
All right, so Forex, I got a very simple request for you then. And, I'm gonna take what you said at face value, and I'm just gonna ask a simple request. If I know that you work with RugDoc. I was in the same room as RugDoc at BTC 2022. Do you think after the events that have affected both our communities, because there's only one community and they happen to use both of our services, products, whatever you want to call it, protocols, all I'm simply saying is I went to RugDoc, I went to Paladin, I asked for these audits. They said no. I know that you work with them. If there's one thing that I think you personally could do, to talk to these auditors and say, hey, we need to protect this community and we need to help this community out.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
you do that? Yeah, I can do that, but I put such little value in these auditors, man, and I don't. I'm not part of their team or anything, and I don't want to talk badly about any of them, but they've missed stuff in our projects that we found after the fact and just from our due diligence. So I don't know. Like, I wouldn't rely on auditors. But yeah, DeFi, anybody getting hurt in DeFi is bad for all of us, right? I think in the big picture, this is a small bump in the road, and DeFi is just starting, so it's not. Of course, it's a big deal to every individual investor and to BT, but in the overall big picture of DeFi, it's a small bump in the road, and I don't know. I'm not gonna say any of my opinion on the project itself, but yeah, I do think absolutely this is something that Paladin and RugDoc and really anybody that understands that you can't utilize one price source for a mechanism that is determining some sort of price payout, right? Based on the price. You can't call that from one oracle. And if you do call that from one oracle, you need to you need to put something in place to ensure that it can't be affected in such a way in one block, right? And there's ways to do it. There's clear ways to do it, but and I don't know. Maybe you developed it and then you realized after the ball got rolling that there's this issue, but I can't really do anything about it right now, or I don't know. I don't know what your frame of mind is, but Paladin definitely should have caught it. Rugdoc should have caught it. I don't get along much with Rugdoc because they've said stuff about my projects and you know, stuff that wasn't basically saying they're centralized and all this stuff. Same kind of stuff, you know, saying it's high risk, all this stuff, right? Which I think is, yeah.
So same commentary, similar commentary then.
Yeah. So
if I may, I'd like to sort of just jump in. Forex, really, I suppose, and BT, you can tell me to, you know, bugger off or whatever, but really, I think the rephrase of the better thing to ask in this particular scenario, knowing that we do share communities and all, and there is just one giant collective one, you know, regardless of who it is. Okay, if there is some, you know, if there is an auditor or a group or someone that can help out in this situation that you generally get along with or have some, you know, some pull power with, is there a chance you can help out in this regard? You know, talk to some people, you know, yeah, can you use some of your reach to help out with that?
No, I can if someone reaches out to me. I mean, I'm super busy, so I'm not watching other people's projects like some people think
No,
I
of
am.
course not. No,
Right.
absolutely. You've got 1,001 different things to deal with on your own Mount Olympus, but you know,
Yeah, and please focus on Animal Farm. So I think that's more important that we can get that going.
Well, Animal Farm, the contracts are 100% finished. We'll be wiring it up to we'll be wiring it up to the front end tomorrow and opening up for the administrators to manually test it just on the front end because we've already done all of our automated and scripting testing. And tomorrow it'll be open up for the admins to just manually interact with it on a side chain, you know, that we're testing it on the front end. On Thursday, we'll announce the when we go live, and it's going to be on Thursday. It's going to be the following Thursday. So, so that's that. It's just, you know, so trying to fix an issue is often a lot harder than launching on a clean slate. So the issue in our case was someone botted it. They got more a larger stake of Piggy Bank than they should have. So we needed to pause the pig contract so we could relaunch the Piggy Bank without crediting them, and then distribute his share to everybody else in the system with a slightly adjusted starting liquidity, essentially. So the distribution is a bit more equitable. So we had to write additional contracts that credit everybody in the system and do these simulated buys. And also, we just wanted to go over everything again to, you know, just do super due diligence. I hired an additional dev just to do quality control, and literally that's his only job, is to be essentially a full-time auditor and just watch our work. So most of the time that it's taken for us to get this relaunched has not been in the actual development. It's been in me making changes in my team, hiring an additional person, and making sure when we do move forward, the quality control is, you know, better than ever, more so than actually developing, right? But, you know, aside from that, we are on Thursday, we will be giving a date. It'll be the following Thursday, just because I want to have a solid week of promotion running up to it. And I don't want to start promoting, and I don't want to give a date until the work is 100% done. So the contracts are 100% done. We allowed for the ability to buy partial piglets, which utilizes a type of padding that was pretty complex, right? Because you can't do decimals and solidity, you have to do padding. And when you're padding an asset that then determines the ROI that you're making, depending on the amount that you hold, it becomes a bit of a complicated math problem. But anyways, that was only about 25% of us of the delay here. Is that the rest has been really me hiring a new dev, restructuring the way we work to ensure quality control is not an issue, right? We always did diligence, which is why we have protocols to prevent one person from draining the whole system, such as if someone was to get more than five times what they deposited, automatically they can't just withdraw it. So that alone prevented anybody from draining the system. And then we have we had a pause functionality that we left in Pigs specifically because we still had additional contracts to launch that were integrating Pigs and Pigs LP tokens. And the idea is, as soon as we get this final implementation of the Pigs LP token, we'll burn that functionality. But we kept it in because we had further development to do. And it's not really a matter of luck, but I kind of say, luckily, we had these security protocols in place to ensure that we could protect investor protocol if something unexpected did happen, which it did, and our protocols went in place, and we protected investor capital. Now we're in a position to launch better, right? But of course, no one wants what happened. It's like, we want things to go as smooth as possible. So, I'm to a different degree have experienced, some downfall a little bit or disappointment. So I can empathize with BT here, and I definitely, of course, had nothing to do with this, and also I feel the bad that it happened, and like I knew about the vulnerability like 4 months ago. I told people that there was a vulnerability, but I didn't go into details, obviously, because I wasn't going to give someone a roadmap on how to exploit it. But if I was going to do something, it would have been 4 months ago when I was telling people there was a vulnerability, not yesterday or whatever it was. So I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible that it happened, and
Yeah. And then going back to auditors, because they are sometimes behind those flash loans too, right? If it doesn't really matter if you get it audited, because they could go rogue as well, or
That's true.
outsource their auditors. So
Yeah, they could. They could, but that it hurts their own credibility when their audited projects are now getting exploited. So there is some market dynamics that kind of help to prevent that, but not fully. And I'm not sure if you know this, but Paladin would probably tell you if you contacted them. Our anti-bot functions that we added into Animal Farm were not in our audit, and that's because we specifically didn't share that piece of the code with the auditors, just in case they would be the ones to try to exploit it. So I completely agree with that, and we've made moves to hide our code from auditors until after it's launched, with the agreement that we'll share it with them immediately after it's launched for those reasons.
that was with the number thing you did, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
that's one of them, but they didn't know that we had pause and blacklisting functionality on Pigs, because when we launched Pigs, we knew we were going to be botted, so we wanted the ability to pause and blacklist those botters. We knew that Paladin would have an issue with this, but we also knew that we needed it to have a successful launch. So we essentially made the agreement with Paladin that we would launch with this piece of code, this anti-bot protocol not included, with the agreement that we would make it open source and share with them immediately after, and it would be in their initial audit that we didn't share all the code with them, just to cover their end, essentially. But yeah, I don't trust auditors, but Paladin, they've been fine to me. They've been good. They've missed issues, but no one's perfect. And Rug Dog, I have no problems with Rug Dog either. I know at one point they did say one of our projects was high risk. I had a conversation with them. They removed that. So but they're not. I don't work with them. They're not my team or anything.
All right. Well, I guess the last part is, we have constant communications. If you were to button this up yourself, you can share like your this is what I would do to protect the mint. You know what I'm saying? You can always just do that.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
So
I
just
could.
do that. Like, have BB send me some code over.
This isn't BT. You sound like BT.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, I thought. All right, you just spoke
No, I said
about yourself in
BB.
third person.
I said BB.
Oh,
I said,
BB. Oh,
he
BB.
can send me.
BB's
he can
actually,
send-
yeah. BB's taking a break right now. But you know, I have some other developers I'm working with, and BB's he's still on the team. But you know, we've had 2 hard years of just grinding every day, grinding. And I'm the kind of person where I have no life, so this is what I do is work. But he actually has a family, and you know, he has things to do. So we made the agreement that he would take a break after Animal Farm, and I got a developer that I hired that did quality control for Certic for years. He left them to kind of go on his own, but anyways, I brought him on to do quality control just for us and be, you know, just watching over his shoulders at all times. And I brought on a couple other developers who are, you know, more hands-on with the code, and one of them I talked with about building something else anyways. But yeah, BB will always be part of the team, and you know, he took a break just to do some family stuff. But yeah, I don't. If someone would be sending you code right now, it wouldn't be BB. But
maybe the Certa
anyways,
guy.
man,
Maybe the Certa guy you're talking about.
dude, you should be able to figure this out, man. You should be able to figure out what the issue is, because it's not a hard one,
I
man.
know what it is. I know what it is. I'm just I'm just saying in the spirit of you know, burying hatchets and making sure this community is safe. Because like you said, the main failure was that, you know, we had a conversation about this months ago, like you said, but the response was, I was like, well, if you know something, you know, we should talk about it, but we never talked about it. So, and we're seeing that can't happen for that can't happen for Elephant, that can't happen for DRIP, Animal Farm, because it can't happen for any project. And if we cooperate, I mean, like I'll give you an example. Piston Team had an issue, and you know, I didn't have to help them, but I knew that I was aware of their launch, and so I reached out to help them. That, you know, that's money that like potentially could have came to Elephant.Money and stuff like that. But you know, I still supported them, that team, even though I really wasn't that invested in them, just because I knew that, you know, community members were in their project, and if they made a mistake, and they were about to, it would have caused problems. So so I helped them out, and then they were able to get back on track. So I think we're at the stage, especially for the amount of time that we've been in the space, that we really have to take the sort of take the fact that, you know, we know where a lot of the bodies are buried and stuff. Like we have to help people, if not just to protect the shared community. It's about share of wallet, and we earn that based on merit. But at the end of the day, when money leaves the space through bad actors, you know, it's hard for any of us to recover from that, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't like the fact that people have been saying, you know, dump all your drip for Elephant and dump all your drip for Trunk for the past 6 months, and then all of that capital essentially goes to some hacker. I mean, that doesn't make me feel good. I didn't want this to happen. But when did you realize that this vulnerability? Because I mean,
BT, you said you knew about the vulnerability. So did you reach out to Forex? I mean, if you knew about it, how
No, we did that, and we dismissed it, but also my auditors dismissed it as well. So
okay.
You know, so the yeah.
If you knew the potential was there, why didn't you just fix
Dude.
it? Was it more complex than that?
We, as I stated before, what was done in this actual implementation was way more sophisticated than the hack than the remedies that we thought we already had in place.
Yeah, the reason why I was asking when you knew, because you're kind of saying if I had reached out and let you know, but I did say there was a vulnerability, and I was kind of under this assumption that you knew what it was, because it's kind of glaring. And I did, and honestly, other than that, I let people know that, hey, there's a vulnerability here. I assumed you probably knew what it was. It's very glaring. And then I just paid attention to my own stuff, building my own thing. I wasn't thinking like, I got to go save BankTeller and his thing. I wasn't even thinking about your project at all. But when I saw the vulnerability, I did tell people.
Right, but we never got, okay, so, yeah.
And that's not his responsibility. That's not your responsibility, Forex,
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, I think the point here, though, I mean, besides what happened here, is just going forward, if you guys could have each other's backs. I know. And
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen 180 people here before.
What's that?
There's a lot of people in here.
Yeah, I was just saying, I mean, if you guys could have each other's backs, like what BankTeller said about Piston, I mean, I was directly involved with that. I mean, he stepped in to help out, and he had no skin in the game. He did that, just to help out. The communities are the same. I mean, there's a lot of overlap. If you were to draw this in circles, you'd have that middle section. You got where everybody's in all the projects. I mean, most investors spread their money around to different projects. I mean, that's just smart investing to diversify. So, I mean, to see you guys all helping each other out would make me feel better jumping in anything you guys do, knowing that you guys each had each other's backs. I know you guys got a history. I wasn't around for it, but
Yeah,
you guys
become
can
your
work
own
together in the
auditor.
future. It'd be a lot better.
You can become your own auditor and things all this.
Yeah.
I have no really personal problem with PT. We've had back and forth and stuff. It's not, I have no problems. We've kind of buried it for the most part anyway. It's a long time ago, and we still kind of shoot shots at each other every once in a while, but it's more of a sport now than anything, than actually being mad.
That's funny.
Wow.
So
We appreciate you coming over here, Forex Shark. We just broke 2,000 people in here.
Appreciate you coming in.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been working super hard to get this done. People know when I'm in the process of building something, but I don't have a solid date yet. I really don't like to come on and just constantly be repeating myself, saying all right, we're gonna do it on this day, we're gonna do it on this, or maybe we'll do it this day. I like to really get the work done and then have solid information and then come and be public. And then when I'm public, really be public, be doing a lot of AMAs, a lot of interviews. But when I'm in this phase where it's I'm in the final home stretch of doing the development work, where I know I'll have a date in a couple days, but I don't want to say anything until the development is 100% done, because I don't want to say something and then have something come up in development and we have to make a change or whatever, and now I have to correct myself about something I said. So I'm always hesitant when we're in the final phase of developing to come out and speak too much publicly, because if it's in the very early stages, then if I'm coming out saying stuff and we realize someone suggests something that's really good or whatever, then I can work it in and we'll make changes or whatever. So I don't mind making too many public statements. And then after it's finished, when it's 100% done, then it's like all promotion time. Then I need to be everywhere talking about it. But it's in the final home stretch where it's like, I don't know exactly what the date is. We're not going to really change anything. And I'm going to have all the answers, within a couple days. That I don't feel too much like coming and making too many public statements. And this isn't something new right now. This is what I've been doing for the past like 4 years or 5 years or whatever. Like when it really is crunch time, I kind of stay away for a while, just mostly to be prudent about my statements.
Hey, Forex, you said you don't really look into other people's projects, but you must have looked into that enough to tell them that there was a problem. Did you tell them it was a serious problem, or you just figured that he didn't think you were being serious?
No, this was like 4 months ago or something, and it was a obvious, critical issue with the project. I said it publicly multiple times, but I also didn't want to be too vocal about any details or anything like that, because I wanted the issue to be addressed potentially, but more importantly, I didn't want people that I knew that are in my circle to be investing in an insecure project. So that's more what I was doing, but I didn't want to give let too much out of the bag in case BT had a plan to correct it. And I don't want to be giving a roadmap for people to be stealing other people's money, right? So basically, all I said was there's a critical vulnerability in the protocol. I think I made some statements about stable coins, algorithmic stable coins, and some of the issues with them. And but this is like 4 months ago, so it's like I barely even recall exactly what I said, but I definitely said it multiple times. I mean, BT knows that. People know that. BT saw it, but who knows? I can't read anybody's mind, and I wasn't gonna go giving people a roadmap on how to exploit it. And also, me and BT we were not talking friendly to each other at all. So, it's kind of a situation between me and him anyways. So.
Are you also aware of liquid loans, liquidity algorithm stablecoin Forex?
What about it?
No, it's just a good beginning.
If it's a good
chat
one.
back and forth,
Is what a good stablecoin?
Liquid loans.
Oh, liquid loans, and I don't know anything about it, man. I really don't.
Okay.
It could be.
Is it possible for one of you guys, either BT or Forex, to give a little bit more details about how this exploit occurred and how price was manipulated in that liquidity pool? Because I'm trying to understand how exactly it occurred, and or are you guys still in the process of figuring that out and maybe plan to put more information out later?
No, I'm pretty sure I know exactly how it was done because I knew how it would have been done a long time ago. It was very obvious, right? But I don't know, BT, do you want to do it? You want me to do it? It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's your project.
Your angle on it.
Do you want to go first, BT? Or you want me to do it? No, I'll do it. All right. So the claiming contract was determining the payout relative to the price of the elephant token, right, in the elephant BUSD pool. So the attacker took a flash loan of BUSD, used it to increase the price of elephant. They then interacted with the contract to mint trunk. They then claimed they then redeemed the trunk with the inflated liquidity pool, the inflated elephant BUSD liquidity pool to get a higher payout. They then sold the elephant. They then sold the they then paid back the BUSD. Actually, no, they didn't pay back the BUSD because they cycled through a few times, right? So the attack didn't happen. They did they were doing like 1,400 worth of BNB at a time as far as their transactions, but that's essentially what they did, and they cycled it through many times. So the issue is using the BUSD price of elephant to determine the payout of BUSD and elephant, essentially. But BUSD is really the one that matters the most, I guess, in this scenario. So you can borrow BUSD for, relatively cheap compared to what the payout is. Increase the price of elephant on the elephant BUSD pool, and now the payout that's associated with the trunk token is now greatly increased because of the artificially increased elephant. Of course, it's that payout is only increased until the end of the block, right? So once they pay back the loan, things settle back to like an even price, right? So at that point, the payout goes back to what it should be, baseline. But during the transaction, since you don't have to pay the BUSD back till the end, you can do all these other transactions with the inflated elephant price, right? And I didn't ask BT. I was going to ask him if there's a limit to the amount that you can claim, or if he just cycled it multiple times so he had additional BUSD, which he could then use to manipulate the elephant BUSD pool more to then drain more. When I initially looked at it, that's what I thought would need to happen. You would need to cycle the transactions multiple times using the BUSD that you just pulled out to cause additional price manipulation on the elephant pool, allowing you to then drain more for your trunk, and you can keep cycling it. So the reason why it took this long, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I would assume the reason why it took this long is because there's a tax associated with elephant. And you need to have the payout to be at least, essentially, you need to have the payout be high enough that you can pay back everything, accounting for the tax on elephant, because you're going to be taxed every time you transact elephant. So this is a 10% tax that adds up, and if your payout from the end of the attack isn't high enough to pay back everything and account for the tax, then you're essentially, you can't pay back the loan, and the transaction won't go through, right? And it wouldn't be financially viable to go through. So I'm not 100% sure about this, right? But I would assume the reason why it took this long is because they needed to wait for it to build up long enough to accommodate for the tax associated with transacting all this elephant. But the main issue is it's an Oracle issue, right? There's a ton of projects. There was a decentralized exchange that had this issue. There was I don't know, maybe Balance that had this issue. There's been Bunny had a similar issue. When you're determining the payout of an asset, by utilizing the price from one oracle, and this oracle I don't want to give too many details, right? Because I have my own reasons why I don't want to give too many details about how to do a working solution and a completely fixed solution. But you can't if you utilize a price oracle that that can be manipulated in one block, and you're not looking to any other pools to verify or to take an average, then that becomes an issue, because you can artificially increase the price with the flash loan. This increases the payout that you should get in BUSD per trunk. You can claim this trunk that is now paying out way more because of the increased elephant price, and the price of elephant is increased because you just bought a ton of it with a BUSD flash loan. And then after you've claimed all your trunk, which is paying way more than you should, you then take the elephant that you just got from redeeming the trunk, and you take the elephant that you just bought with the BUSD loan, you sell it back to the BUSD pool to get the rest of that BUSD. Then you take the BUSD that you borrowed, the BUSD that you got from redeeming, and the BUSD that you got from selling the elephant. You pay back the loan that you got plus the small percentage fee for taking out that loan, and you get to keep all the rest of the BUSD. And I mean, that's essentially how this hack went. But you could only take out so much. You couldn't drain the whole treasury in one go. So they took the BUSD that they stole from the treasury on the first cycle, used it to manipulate the price further, and then cycled through again to take a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more each time. And they did, I don't know, 20 or 30 transactions or whatever. I didn't look super deep into it because I already looked at it like 4 months ago. I knew what it was. Of course, I looked at it 4 months ago, so I don't remember like the exact detail on how everything would be implemented, but that's the basic idea. And I also didn't look into the transactions much. I gave like a quick glance at them, but I didn't study it or anything. I said as soon as it happened, how I thought it happened, and it was exactly how it happened. And then I looked, saw that, yeah, this is how it happened, and I just kind of, that was it. I looked at it for like 2 seconds. So I didn't do a deep study on it. And when I looked at it myself, it was like 4 months ago. But that's the basic rundown of it, right? And anybody that knows how flash loans work or has been in the space for some significant amount of time knows that you can't do a reward payout based on the price of something that you're getting from one oracle that can be increased with a flash loan, right? And I think maybe BT and maybe the people that told him it would be okay were saying that because the tax associated with elephant made it so there was a barrier there to making it possible and making it worthwhile. But once it grows large enough, then it does become viable to be able to do it and pay off the loan and everything. So so that's it.
Yeah,
really.
Okay, well, thanks. That was a really detailed explanation, and thank you very much for giving that. It seems like an Oracle solution like Chainlink maybe is custom designed to solve these sorts of problems. I'm sure there are other solutions. Is Chainlink going to be part of the solution, or are there additional factors to the solution to solve this?
Yeah, you really don't need Chainlink. I mean, if I was going to do it, I might be like, hey, Chainlink, why don't we do this? Because it's, I mean, it does cost a little bit of money in Link every time you call their Oracle. So it wouldn't be the most efficient way to do it. And it's also not necessary, but there might be some promotional angle there to utilizing Chainlink. And, if they're willing to do some co-promotion or something like that. But you don't need Chainlink for it. When I say Oracle, people think Chainlink or one of these projects that are kind of define themselves as oracles, but really Oracle is just a place where you're pulling data from. So an oracle could be the guy on the side of the street that tells me the weather every day. He's my weather oracle. It's like, when I say oracle, I don't mean specifically a project that defines themselves as an oracle and has an oracle service. I mean, if you're pulling your data from PancakeSwap, as far as what the price is, PancakeSwap is your oracle.
Well, as far as an Oracle solution, you don't want a single point of failure. I think that's the Chainlink advantage, and they provide something that is not a sort of single point of failure. And I agree, it doesn't have to be Chainlink. I mean, there can be other sorts of solutions as long as it is sort of a distributed solution without a single bad actor, a single in the Oracle space acting to screw up the price. But if something like Chainlink is not going to be sort of needed or is not going to be used as part of the solution, maybe this is more a question for BT. What is the what are the general components of the solution that's going to be applied to try and fix this and prevent it from happening again?
I don't really go into details like that.
I don't know if BT is still here, because I was going to let him explain
he's in the chat
his
anymore.
project. I was going to let him explain the flash loan attack and all that stuff, but he didn't say anything. So I don't know if he's here.
Yeah, he's gone.
Right. Okay. So I'll throw it back to you, Forex. If you were going to fix this in a way that didn't involve Chainlink, what would you do?
Yeah, I don't want to really talk about it, because I do think that the elephant implementation is interesting. I think it's proven itself to be a decent idea if it was implemented correctly. It can be implemented correctly, and like I don't want to give. I mean, anybody that's a developer out there, they know how to fix it. But still, I don't want to be giving it away, because I think it's an idea. I think it's a cool idea. I think it would be easy enough to just patch it and have it benefit DRIP in some way. So that's kind of where I stand on it, right? I don't want to. It's not my position to be telling other people how to fix their projects, honestly.
Forex, you gave an AMA a month ago, and after everything that happened the last couple of weeks, I now understand what you meant with free marketing for DRIP. It's been off the charts this last couple of weeks with everything that's happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I think DRIP, the longer DRIP stays running and just proves itself to be solid, it becomes more attractive. And we have some people that got in very, very big at the start. For example, when we did the pre-sale for DRIP in the DAO, I believe the max person allocation was like $40,000 or $30,000, something like that. So we had, like, I don't know, a lot of people, like 100 people, put up like $30,000, or maybe even like 200 or 300 people put up $30,000, and they part of DRIP, like staking, compounding with these massive positions since day one. And now we've hit the 1 year mark in DRIP, where all of the people who had got in from the start and have only been draining their capital have now hit their max payout. And every day that goes by, more and more people that are doing nothing but draining are hitting their max payout as we've got past this year mark, because you can only claim for a year to get your max payout unless you're compounding and unless you're referring people and being positive and active in the system. So the protocol now is getting stronger, just because it's setting itself apart in the space as being really the only secure, solid daily ROI protocol in crypto. And
it's
then
the shining hill on the. It's the shining hill on the. It's the shining house on the hill right now. It's congratulations.
Thank you. But between that and the fact that these very large whales are hitting their max payout, and the fact that the DRIP UI is already built, right? The new UI is already built. We're just waiting until we get, my full focus is on Piggy Bank right now, so we can get that unpaused, of course. But while we were working on that, I hired some developers just to build the DRIP UI. So that's finished, right? Even though my full attention has been on Piggy Bank, I paid to have a new UI built, right? A high-end UI that we got the template from Charles Schwab. So it's a template that I feel is the result of billions of dollars of market research and customer analysis to figure out what kind of platform is attractive and what kind of platform will get people to use the products when they get on the website, right? And no one's done more research than these major retail investment banks. So we got this template from Charles Schwab, and I think it's great, right? It's very clear on how to use it. It has all our testimonials on the front page. It has our partners on the front page. It's way cleaner looking. It's just way smoother, right? And it's not a copy of other DeFi projects in the space that really kind of markets itself as DeFi projects. I really want to have DRIP be on the same standard as a major investment bank in the US, right? And I want to present it that way. So that's what this new UI is about. And we're going to be implementing the team competitions in the new UI, because in order to implement team competitions, we needed to update the UI. So we're doing both at the same time. I paid to have the UI built. It's built. I've shown some videos of it, and we'll be implementing the team competitions in DRIP when we launch the new UI. Right? We have the scratch ticket model, which I believe is amazing, because we already know scratch tickets have high demand, right? They're a high demand product. No gas station ever has trouble selling out their scratch tickets, right? So we know scratch tickets are a very attractive, very high demand model. And this is because they have features that I want to stay away from the term lottery, but other games don't have, such as with a scratch ticket, you don't need to wait till the end of the week to figure out if you won or not. You don't have to wait till some 48-hour countdown ticks down to see if you won or not. It's not all win or all lose with the scratch ticket, right? You have a multitude of different prizes to win, and there's a 60% chance you'll win your money back, right? Amazing. And we know that the scratch ticket model has high demand, but the question is, will it have high demand for serious investors? And how do we pitch it to serious investors that get them interested in buying our scratch tickets? And the answer to that is each scratch ticket is an NFT, right? And we're utilizing a decentralized hosting model for these NFTs. So they're not hosted on one front end that can be shut down or taken by anybody, right? We're utilizing a decentralized hosting service to host these NFTs. And each NFT represents a ticket, right? So it's a scratch ticket. We'll be selling the scratch tickets in batches, like how the current system works, right? When they launch a scratch ticket, or when the state issues a batch of scratch tickets, they do it in a batch of 10,000, 50,000, like this. We'll be doing something very similar. We'll issue a batch of, say, 1,000 scratch tickets, which are all NFTs, right? Every single one has a variety of different prizes you can win, including a significantly high probability that you'll get your money back on it. Now, all right, before I really give the knockout punch, let me talk about some of the other functionalities. So every ticket that's sold, right, 60% of that capital that goes into buying those tickets gets utilized as a reward for that round in the lottery. Another percentage goes into a treasury, and this treasury is paying out a percentage of its balance for each round. And this allows the jackpot to get larger and larger and larger with each batch of tickets that we sell. Now, another percentage of capital that is going to the to buy these tickets is going to buy DRIP, and it's going to buy dog and pigs directly off the market, and it's going to send this DRIP to the DRIP faucet, allowing DRIP to be further decentralized and further increase its ability to pay out dividends, with stability. And the dog and pigs will be sent directly to a burn address, right, allowing them to be deflationary. Now, on top of this, another percentage, right, and this is where it becomes attractive for serious investors, not just people interested in buying scratch tickets, right? Since each scratch ticket is represented by an NFT, and the way you interact with it is very cool, right? So I'm not going to get too much into like the gritty details of it all, but just to give an elevator pitch, when you purchase the NFT, you can now interact with this NFT on our front end dashboard, and it appears to you as a scratch ticket. And now you can use your mouse to scratch the ticket. When you do this, it calls a scratch ticket function, and the scratch ticket function utilizes chain links via our ref service to then determine whether your ticket is a winner and what prize you won, right? And now unlike other lottery models where now you have to wait till the next round, or you have to wait the next 48 hours to find out if you won, say you break even, you can immediately buy another ticket, right? So it makes it way more attractive and way more engaging, right? Because it's
So you're telling me you can scratch live on the screen.
Yep, you scratch line on the screen. It's instant gratification, right? Instant gratification. You know if you won, you know if you lost. Now, what makes it attractive for serious investors, and what allows us to pitch this to early and pre-sale investors, right, to really get that big treasury from the start. So our jackpots are massive right from the start. If you win a prize, you need to burn that NFT in order to claim the prize, right? Now, if you don't win, you could take that NFT and put it in our staking protocol, which acts as a revenue sharing model, and all the capital that comes into buying the tickets gets shared with the stakers of these NFTs. So now the NFTs themselves, right, the unwinning tickets become a share in the company. So now you're profiting in the long run as an investment in the protocol from these NFTs that you hold. And this gives these NFTs that you hold a value to sell on secondary markets for people who are not in on that batch that want to buy it on OpenSea or wherever they want to sell these NFTs. And it creates a market where the price of these NFTs can appreciate above the base price that they're being sold for, and gives long-term value for revenue sharing and capital payout. So this is how we'll be able to sell these initial NFTs. And these initial NFTs that we sell for the initial raise, they also have a chance to win a prize, just like any of the other tickets. But they, as early investors, they of course can get into the staking protocol to get a share in the company early. But anybody that buys the tickets after launch as well will be able to take their losing ticket if they. I should stop calling it a losing ticket, because essentially I should say the tickets that you're not able to claim a prize on, and now utilize it as a share in the protocol itself. So, Chainlink, extremely excited about the idea, right? Because we're using their VRF service in a very unique way. There's no lottery right now where you're using Chainlink's VRF service to have multiple prizes, where you can have a type of NFT model where you can win multiple prizes on each NFT, instant gratification. We're literally copying the scratch ticket model, but then adding utility to it and adding value to it in a way that you only can in DeFi, right? Through revenue sharing. So, giving value to each ticket, whether you win a prize or not. And of course, the people that win a prize, you win the jackpot, you'll happily burn that ticket, because you're going to burn that ticket and make whatever it is, $100,000 for the few dollars you invested to buy the ticket, whatever it is. Now, I even think that what's going to happen is a lot of these people, especially early on, that buy a ticket and say they win a kind of a low end prize, like just you win your money back, like how you can buy a $2 scratch ticket, you win $2. Some of those people won't even claim their prize because they would rather have that NFT as a share in the company, and they'll stake it, leaving that prize on the table for the next round, allowing the treasury to grow even larger. So, man, and when I talk about the details of how it all works and stuff, it gets even cooler, right? But the white paper is already finished for it, and the way we're going to do it, right, without giving out too much too early, is the tickets will be sold in BNB, but a percentage of this BNB will go towards the protocol to buy our tokens, to add more cash flow for our tokens, and add a permanent and high volume cash flow into the asset, which is just sending them to a burn address, right? But this is also a model that we can offer as a type of whitelisting service to other platforms that want to have this awesome model and want to have the only scratch ticket model in crypto on their platform, but still a percentage of the capital used to buy tickets on their platform utilizing our protocol will go to buying our assets, DRIP, Animal Farm. And I think this is really something that we can really scale, and it's very attractive to other dev teams because it creates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week reason to be interacting and paying attention to their platform and having fun and winning prizes. And we can even provide the revenue sharing with them, where people that buy tickets on their platform get a share of the revenue of tickets bought on their platform. But at the end of the day, there will always be a percentage of that capital used to buy on their platform that goes to buying DRIP and goes to buying dog and pigs. So this is major, right? This is, I believe, one of the biggest things I've ever done. And I believe that it deserves to be its own unique platform and get all the attention it deserves. And so it will be its own unique platform, but we'll also you'll also be able to interact with it on Animal Farm and on the DRIP site. And of course, it will be providing cash flow for DRIP and for Animal Farm. And we'll utilize iframes and other technology to allow people to use it on their platforms as well. And it's whitelisting, so we can use their theme on their tickets. The whole thing. It's going to be huge. Like it's one of the things I'm extremely excited about right now. And I have it's just some really. So there's someone that's the CEO of Paxful, right? He's about to launch a major platform that allows people to buy and sell businesses, mostly crypto businesses. And I'm in talks with him about partnering with him. So this service, the scratch ticket service, is heavily promoted on their front page as a service for offer, right? And the more platforms use the service, the more cash flow there is for DRIP and dogs and pigs. So that's extremely exciting.
Very
Forex,
exciting. Thanks for the info.
just real quick, will the time lock be reset on Piggy Bank?
Nobody's time. So the Piggy Bank will start with all of the exact state that it is right now. The only difference is we are taking that capital from that one botter because we've always been extremely clear, right? We have terms of service, right? Like any other financial product, we have our terms of service. And our terms of service is you cannot utilize a bot to try to get around our anti-bot protocol to get an unfair advantage over other participants in the system. And we've always been clear that if you do this, we will take action to take that capital and distribute it to the rest of the users. We will not allow you to drain our system because you want to do some kind of scheme that gets around our system. And of course, he wasn't able to get around our system, because we had protocols in place to prevent any kind of draining like that. But he did cause us to have to pause it so we can remove him from the bunch, right? And I've learned lessons from this, right? I've learned multiple lessons from this that will ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. And that comes from putting in functionality that allows us to address an issue like this that doesn't involve pausing the whole protocol, to hiring another dev just to do quality control, just to watch over our shoulder, and also not setting a deadline before 100% of the work is done. That way, I'm not making decisions last minute to meet a deadline, right? So what happened. We really, we took it as a major lesson. I take full responsibility for what happened. Of course, I'm happy that no capital was lost. I'm not happy that we had to pause the protocol for a bit to handle it. But at the end of the day, we're doing this to ensure investor capital is protected. Now, my point to saying all this was to say, just to get the point clear, that capital that we're taking from the botter was with the understanding that you would have your capital taken if you try to bot. And that's something that we've made very clear the whole time for all my projects. And we've done it multiple times. We even did it on the launch of Piggy Bank. I mean, on the launch of Animal Farm. So that's nothing new, right?
So just to clarify, it's like a yes or no to
time
the
lock.
time lock.
Yeah, I'm going to get to it. So the only thing that's going to change, right, between the current Piggy Bank stake before we pause and after we pause is that. All right. So just I'm gonna get to it. Just to answer your question, the time locks are not changing. Nothing about the time locks is changing. All right. Now let me just finish saying what I'm saying. So the only difference that you'll notice from the old Piggy Bank to the new Piggy Bank is that we've taken the capital from that botter. It will be distributed to all users, which means that all users are going to have slightly more value in the system. And then with Piggy Bank and with Drip Garden, we did something very unique. And this is the initial starting liquidity. Instead of it being added by a developer who now has the ability to drain the system, which was done by all these other BNB Miner and Shrimp Farm and all these other projects, we provided a mechanism that allowed us to trick the contract into thinking we deposited into it.
This loud?
Yeah, this is live. We used a mechanism to trick the project into thinking that that we deposited. I'm muting this dude Matt because he has background noise, and I don't know if he's unmuting himself or what. But so we tricked the contract into believing that it had a starting capital. This way, when people bought, the price impact for each buy was similar to it having more liquidity than less. This way, you didn't have a situation where it rapidly increased in price as people bought. Now, we utilized the same starting seed as we did with Drip Garden, which was no issue with Drip Garden, but Drip Garden was not botted, right? And of course, we said beforehand, if you bought, we're going to take your capital, which was what happened. But anyways, that happened. So they got they got a distribution that was higher than what would have been favorable. So what we're doing with the new distribution, the new launch, we're taking that capital from that botter, we're distributing to all users, and then we're starting with a inflated seed amount, which means it's starting off with what it believes to be a higher liquidity pool. So this way, the distribution is more equitable, and it's not a scenario where someone buys 10 seconds later and gets 20% of the tokens, right? So, but because we've taken this capital from the botter and distributed it, it means, and due to the fact that really the only people that benefited from this this smaller seed amount were the people that bought in the first few seconds, 95+% of the users are going to end up with more value. You're going to have more piglets and more truffles when we unpause than you did when we paused, right? And this is because it's a more fair distribution, right? And the way I determined what the distribution should be is I looked at what the first buyer got as far as truffles per LP, and I looked at what the last buyer got as far as truffles per LP. I saw what the price difference that they paid, and then I did some thinking, and I said, all right, after 3 or 4 days of functioning, what is a reasonable amount for a price increase in a very popular high demand asset? And I think a sustainable, favorable price increase that everybody would think is reasonable and could agree to is a 5 to 10x move, right? A 5 to 10x price increase for an asset that is extremely high demand and sold out, the way it did, like many, many millions of dollars, right? So the way I determined what the seed amount should be for the new distribution is by adjusting it until I got a distribution where the first person that bought paid a price that was, or I should say it the other way around because it's a little easier to word. The last person that bought got a price that was less than 10x the price of the initial person that bought, right? So this is how I determined what the starting seed amount would be. And when we do that, the result is that over 95% of the users in the system end up with more truffles, more piglets, able to claim more LPs, right? So, so essentially, everybody wins. Everybody wins here except for the botter. The reason for that is because the 95%, it's not hard to explain why they win. They get more, right? They're getting more truffles, more piglets. Why the other, call them 94%, or it's probably less. Why the other 3%, say, probably less, probably 2%, but I'm just kind of giving out ballpark numbers. Why they benefit is because now they're not in an asset that would get drained by a botter over the next couple of weeks. Yes, they may be getting 10% less truffles and piglets, right? But now they're part of a healthy protocol that they can compound in and that they can continue to earn in for years to come. And, more than make up for that 10% over the first week. So the reality is that plus 95% of the users will have more pigs, more truffles. And another, say 2 or 3% of the distribution, let's say by distribution, is the botter himself. So he's getting wrecked, he's getting owned. And then there might be 1 or 2% of users who are not the botter, but they're not going to get more piglets or truffles. And this is probably, I would say, probably 2% of the users. And what they will get is very close to what they had. Like I'm talking like within 5-10% of what they had, and that's because so much of that value from the botter makes up from any kind of price adjustment. So that's that, right? It's a win-win for everybody except for the botter, right? And the all of the time locks, all of the stakes, all of the referral bonuses, all of the gifts, all that's moving over. So if you got referral bonuses, if you got gifted piglets and truffles, and if you were part of the 96, 97%, whatever it is, of people that interacted with it normally, you're gonna get more truffles, more piglets. Any stake you have will be still staked with the same time lock. Any gifted piglets and truffles you have will still be there gifted. Any bonuses you got still there. So really, essentially all we did was wreck the botter, distribute his capital to the rest of users, increased the starting liquidity to make it so the price of the price of truffles moved up by a factor of 10 instead of a factor of whatever it did, some crazy amount, to ensure that the people that bought 3 days in got a fair rate relative to people that bought the initial day, because you really shouldn't be getting 5% of the tokens that someone got, just because someone bought a day before you, they got 100 times more tokens than you, right? That's not reasonable for any kind of legitimate project, right? So these are it's a bump in the road, right? That, of course, it's not ideal. It's not what I wanted to happen, of course, but we put in security protocols in place. We put in the ability to pause the pig contract if some sort of all right, so we put in the ability to pause the pig contract and to burn this ability to pause the pig contract. And this is in case something happens, we're able to address it. But then after we're finished launching all of the pig associated contracts, we can burn that so we no longer have that centralized control, right? We put in blacklisting functionality in order to remove botters, right? We put in a security protocol that blocks people from draining the system if they get a sudden huge amount more than they deposited, right? Instantly, the system will prevent them from being able to withdraw more than 5 times what they deposited. So we had all of the security protocols in place in case something unexpected did happen. It wouldn't be a disaster, and we wouldn't get drained, and we could, go into the steps of remedying the situation and come out better at the other end. But of course, we never, we went into this, hoping and praying that we would have no bumps in the road, but we still did our due diligence to ensure that if something did come up unexpected, we wouldn't get drained, right? We'd be able to put the brakes on it and remedy it, which is what we're doing now. The live, when we launch it, right, we've put a mechanism that allows us to give a bonus for new capital coming into the system in the first 48 hours after we launch, right? So all next week, I'm going to be doing interviews, I'm going to be doing AMAs, I'm going to be doing everything to promote this new live, and promoting the fact that if you deposit in the first 48 hours, you're going to get a big bonus on your deposit. And this is just to get everything, kick-started and rolling again, and really get people excited about, about aping into it, right? And there's nothing like Piggy Bank in DeFi. It's extremely unique. It's extremely, I believe it's something that has a high demand for it and a high market fit. And I think that if anything, people should see this as yes, we hit a bump in the road, but when this bump in the road happened, look how it was dealt with, right? No capital was drained. Developers immediately got to work to remedy the situation. That botter did not get away with the capital, and we're ready to go with not only a solution and for the better, but also with a bonus for getting in the first 48 hours of launching, right? And we have so much in the works as well. So I've been working with multiple dev teams to have them working away while I've been focused on this. So as soon as this goes live, we can go right into the next phase, which is going to be there's a lottery, a scratch ticket model, I really gotta stop using the term lottery, right? Even though people throw around the term lottery and DeFi all around, even PancakeSwap does, I kind of want to stay away from that kind of terminology. But anyways, we have the scratch ticket model, right? Which is right around the corner. Piggy Bank gets to shine, right? As the, in the way that it should, right? With the proper distribution, with no kind of, unfair advantage to any individual users. We have a major raise in the DAO that will be taking place later this month. So I'm going to be promoting this a bit more after we launch Piggy Bank. I don't want to take any attention from Piggy Bank, but there's a platform called Acquirify that is being developed by the CEO of Paxful, right? Like the number 2 peer-to-peer block Bitcoin exchange. And this is a platform that allows people to sell fully functioning DeFi projects to other to buyers. So say I build a crypto bridge. It works very well. I have a small community. They're using it. I'm making a profit for the percentage, but I don't have the network or the marketers or the connections to really take it to the next level. This person could then sell it on this marketplace to a larger development team that has the resources to buy that project and that whole community out and launch it. So I'm not going to get heavy into the details of this, but it's actually a really, really cool idea. And we're going to be handling both their seed and their private round raise. So we're going to be raising like $1.5 million for them in the DAO group, right? That you get access to for holding REAP. So there's 2 other major projects that are under review right now to be doing raises for in the REAP DAO. And people know that the raises in the REAP DAO have been scarce, and this is because I'm so careful about exposing my reputation and exposing my investor base to potential scams or projects that are just not worth investing in. So I've been very standoffish about what projects we raised for in the DAO. So far, we've done 3 raises in the DAO. Every single one of them has done over 40x, right? And none of them have been scams. They've all been very solid, and we want to keep that up. Now, since I've hired 2 additional devs, I've made a bit more time for me to start networking with some of my old VC connections, and I was able to establish some or tap back into a network that I was very active in a few years ago to get very high-end deals, right? Like high-end VC deals, mostly like seed and angel round funding for very big projects. And the first third-party project of this kind that we're launching off with is Acquirify. That's that's being launched by the CEO of Paxful, right? Major project. And we're handling their whole seed and private round. So we have 2 more, I would say, equally as powerful projects right now under review in the DAO. The Acquirify one's 100%. We've already worked out the terms, and that's ready to go. We just, it's not happening for a few weeks, but so even REAP, right? REAP's the first token I ever launched, right? It's like 2 years old. We're up. I don't know what we're up. Right, we launched at like 4 cents. We're at like $150 or something. So you do the math. But we're just now starting to really tap into the value of that, because the whole value of the REAP token is getting access to these deals. And so far, it's really only been deals that are exclusive to our dev team and our partnerships. Where now we're fully opening up to some major VCs that I'm working with that need to raise capital for very high-end projects. And people know, I don't want to speak well of myself, but people know that I'm not trying to risk my reputation dealing with some project that, whatever. They're selling some NFTs that they say will be part of a game that they're going to develop in the future or something like that. We're not doing any of that, right? We're We're raising for projects that have well-known, serious teams that have already proven themselves, that could get capital, would have no problem raising capital. And the reason why they want to raise capital with us is because they know the power of the DRIP community. So, they want access to that. And that's why we're getting these deals. So you won't see these deals in all the other DAO groups, right? And, that's another thing that I'm super, super excited about. And I plan to help secure more deals and make us more visible as far on the REAP end. We're going to be building a website for the REAP DAO. And I have some other ideas because right now it costs like $40,000 to get a seat in the REAP DAO. So it's really only kind of a thing for whales at this point. But it's certainly worth the money, right? Because everybody that's got every pre-sale raise we've done in there has done over 40x. And some of these raises, we allow people to have max allocations of $30,000. So, you can do the math, 40x on $30,000, right? Plus earning compound interest. So, people that have been in the DAO, yeah, it's kind of an expensive seat, but the money we make in there and the information we share in there is just insane. But anyways, we're really about to go to work there as far as the raises. And what I was getting at is I have the reason why I talked about the it being expensive. I have a plan that I will be executing sometime in the near future that will allow for a second tier, right? A cheaper seat in the REAP DAO. So you might only have to pay $5,000 to get a seat. And when I say pay, I'm talking about you're buying an asset that you have, that you're holding. You're not giving up capital, right? You're paying for an asset, and for holding that asset, you get access. You can sell that asset in the future for a profit, and basically everybody in the REAP DAO is in profit, at this point, right? We're way up. So, but there's only a few hundred people in there because, like I said, it's like $40,000 to enter. So it's really like kind of our inner circle, our whales, our people that are YouTubers, connected, other developers, people at different auditing teams, and people that are well connected in the space. So, hey, what's up, Crypto Girl? I haven't seen you in a long time. So I'm extremely excited about these raises, and I'm not going to get into what we're going to do to set up this this second tier thing, but that is a plan, right? And the way that will work is, say the max allocation for the first tier is 10,000. We'll have the max allocation for the second tier be 100,000, be 1,000 or 500, right? So there's still all the value to be in the second tier because those allocations are that much larger. And when we have a situation where, for example, I'm raising for the seed round and the private round, like in the Acquirify case, the seed round will go to the first tier and the private round will go to the second tier, right? So so that's in the works, but I'm gonna wait until we get a few more third-party deals under our belt before I set up any secondary tier, right? So in the meantime, if you're interested in that, you can buy your REAP and join the DAO. We'd love to have you, right? We're always happy to have new people in there.
Hey, I got a real quick question for you, Forex.
Sure.
What are you're classified as a blockchain developer? Is that your title?
I mean, you could call me that. I've done a lot of things, but I've developed protocols on several blockchains. That's for sure.
So for somebody like, where do you recommend somebody new who want to learn how to be a developer to start at, or to start learning at?
All right. So I never took any classes. So basically the way that I got started was just to say very shortly, right? I got started because I started a Discord where I wanted to help teach people how to trade because I saw all these other people selling bullshit classes and trading bots and all this stuff that I knew were scams, and I was making basically a full-time living off of trading and managing several investment properties. And I started this, and I got invited. And at the time, I was developing my own indicators. But the way I was developing my own indicators was very simple, right? I was taking the code from existing indicators that did something similar to what I wanted to do, and then I would just mess around with them, try changing different values, try taking a function that I found from another indicator that I liked and trying to plug it into the indicator that I wanted to create. Just really messing around with it until I got what I wanted to build, right? And that's really how I learned. I took offensive securities web application course, which is essentially a course about essentially hacking web applications and doing red team work for companies, hacking their web applications to find bugs and doing bug bounty and stuff. But anyways, that didn't teach me anything about coding or anything about development, really. It gave me a little bit of familiarity with, like, I guess how to operate in these environments, but really it was very light, right? It didn't teach me how to code or anything. But really just messing around with these different indicators, right? And then a long time ago, like in 2017, I got invited to a pre-sale. One of my buddies invited me to it for an ERC20 token, like one of the very first pre-sales when IPOs were just going out of phase and pre-sales were just coming into phase. And I ended up giving the developer some tips and some pointers, right? And it was really like one of the first ERC20s I ever saw, but I saw some logistical things that could be adjusted that I thought were cool. I gave him some advice. I kind of advised him, and that got me more hands-on with how Solidity contracts work, just by paying attention and going over other people's code and stuff. And then I started working with someone who wanted to develop a trading bot, because I was already developing trading bots, but not in crypto, and started working with him. And he was developing a type of anti-rug contract that would see transactions to pull liquidity and to dump a large amount of tokens, and would front run them. Now, occasionally, these what these scammers started doing, instead of outright pulling liquidity or dumping, they started blacklisting people. So we put in the code how to. This was mainly the guy who I was working with did the code, right? He put in the code a way to front run a function to call blacklisting, right? And and then people started doing it based on timestamp. And this doesn't require someone calling a function. So it becomes very hard because you can't front run a call to a function that's not called. So now it came to finding these functionality in the code which could be used to do blacklisting or call scams. And we really had no way to implement it into the bot, at least right away. So I had to go in myself before I used my bot to buy something and go over the code to make sure that there wasn't these various pieces of code that could be used to scam me, right? And this made me more familiar with Solidity. All right, and then someone launched a token that was a reflectionary reward token. I thought it would be cool if it was deflationary. I looked at other tokens that had a deflationary model and reflectionary rewards. So there wasn't a reflectionary reward token that was deflationary. I mean, there wasn't a reflection. There wasn't a token that could do reflections and was deflationary, but there was RFI which did reflections, and there were other protocols that had a deflationary model. So I went and looked at the two of them, worked out myself how I could implement that burn functionality into the RFI contract, essentially. And through a lot of testing, I got it to work. I reached out to some of my friends who were better coders to go over my work and help me a little bit here and there. And I launched REAP, and that was REAP. And then it's been a learning process. And then after REAP, I partnered with another developer who was more skilled at actual coding than me. But I'm the one that came up with all the logic and the mechanics and game theory and everything. And then we worked together on doing the code. Really, me leaning on him as far as doing a lot of the like gritty coding work, and him leading on me as far as coming up with the logic and game theory and, you know, the idea of the project essentially. And through working with him over the past through doing all of this over the past 3 or 4 years, no longer, 5 years, I've essentially just taught myself Solidity. So it's like really like so the reason why I'm telling you this is to give you an idea of how I learned, because it's very difficult to tell people do that. And
Right.
I also didn't take a class. So it's like hard for me to recommend a class either. But what I would say is you need to be hands-on. You need to have something that you want to build. So even if it's you want to build something that is an existing model, but maybe put your own little twist on it, or maybe just change one of the values, change one of the burn rate from 2 to 10. Learn how to do that. Do it on a test net. Launch it yourself just to see if it works. Maybe tell a few of your friends about it. You know, don't sell it to them because, you know, who knows what kind of mistake you made, but just let them know about it, you know, and just start working. Really just start working, start getting hands-on. I would say what's very important is have something that you want to build, because to just sit down and just start getting basic, dry facts about coding that aren't in any context is going to be a very difficult way to learn. You want to have a goal. You want to have something that you want to build. Keep it simple, and maybe team up with someone that knows how to code, and think of some service or value that you can provide for the project. Provide, you know, get involved in the project if you have an idea. Get involved in the project. Provide everything that you can to it, and have this other person play his role, which is going to be largely coding, with the agreement that you're going to be looking over his shoulder, and you want to know about why he's doing everything and how everything's being done. And likely, I mean, that's not going to be easy to do, right? Because no one wants someone looking over their shoulder or whatever. But it can be done, right? You just need to have some creativity. You need to have some goals. You have to have something that you want to build. Then you need to just start doing it and getting hands-on. And yeah, maybe take a class, but I don't know. It seems like a lot of these classes are scams, so it's hard to recommend any of them.
Right.
Hope it helps.
But that, thanks.
Forex? Nice insight, though. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I came on to make an announcement about Animal Farm, and then I saw what was going on, and of course, you know, this is kind of a big thing, so you know, I want to stick around and see how it plays out. But I'm happy to be here.
That's why we love you for it, man.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nate.
Oh, hey, thank you very much, and thank you for your generous time, Forex, and all this, the path you took and everything, and precautions for our projects. I wanted to ask, being in majority of all your projects, with the exception of Piggy Bank, regrettably, I was wondering if you could comment about the difference in terms of what I missed, like how would you quantify I'm missing in terms of like the bonus or yield compare between, say, the first 48 hours of bonus you mentioned for Piggy Bank launch versus someone who came in, let's say, in the middle of the initial opening, because I worry I might have missed the boat. And I know you would always say don't worry, it's always a good time, but there's always a first mover, right? So I'm just curious if you could comment on that.
Okay, well, here's the thing. So look at any of my projects, right? You were never too late buying on the third day, right? And this is what you'd be doing, is buying on the third day, but with an extra advantage of by far the largest holder, right, is now getting his capital essentially socialized, so you don't have this mega whale who's driven up the price to such a degree that can now dump it, right? Which is always a worry about getting in on the second day or the third day, because you're worried about those few super whales that want to hold for a day or two and dump. You don't have to worry about that scenario here. Also, there's the bonus, right? So we're setting a 20% bonus if you buy or if you deposit in the first 48 hours, right? And then we have the bonus that you get for time locking and daily compounding. And when it really comes down to it, someone that does a decent sized time lock and is daily compounding versus someone that just bought early and wants to try to drain the system, no matter how early they bought, due to the functionality of compound interest, you're going to have a significantly larger position than him very quickly, right? So, I mean, I would just say I'm looking at this as a type of new beginning for the project. I'm looking at the initial 3 days here as essentially a pre-sale, because that's I know it's different, of course, but functionally it's operating in the same way, in the sense that now we're starting off with people having a specific position in the platform, a starting liquidity, and it's going to go live, and this is everybody's chance to essentially buy in at the floor with some essentially vested pre-sale buyers, because these people have their capital locked. It's not like they can just dump on you. So that's another thing with Piggy Bank is people have their principal locked. So I should also say, right, that the way that we determine what the distribution is, as far as how many what to credit people with, right, in the new system, and this is why we didn't have to specifically blacklist the bot, because how we determine the distribution essentially rules him out anyways, is we're taking the amount of LP you deposited minus the LP that you withdrew from the system, and this is what you're being credited with. So anybody that deposited into the system and then withdrew, so essentially deposited into the system and got out in profit, will not have a position in the relaunch of Piggy Bank. And the reason for that is because because we're doing this this relaunch essentially with a distribution crediting people with the capital that was in the system when we deposited it. So people that essentially deposited it just to try to drain the system, which is essentially nobody except for the first few buyers, we're crediting them with the amount of LP that was in the system when we paused the contract, right? So if you deposited into the contract, right, and you've just compounded in the system, you're going to be credited with the amount of LP you deposited into the contract. If you deposited into the contract and immediately drained your position, then you're going to be left essentially at baseline, right? So doing that is very good for a bunch of reasons, right? It's very good because it allows us to have a standard as to because there were several people that utilized different kinds of bots and automated scripts to try to drain the protocol, and instead of arbitrarily deciding, you are getting blacklisted, you're staying in, we're not playing any kind of insider games like that. It's the amount that you deposited in the protocol minus the amount you withdrew from the protocol is what you will be credited in the new distribution. And for almost everybody, over 95+% of the users, that means that they'll have significantly more value in the system. It's only a very small handful of people that either bought it or use some sort of automated strips just to try to dump, right? And the people who did just dump, right? If it was if you didn't do any kind of botting or anything like that, it's not going to affect you, because if you were not one of the initial botters, that amount that you would have drained isn't going to trying to think of the word, nullify your deposit, essentially, right? Because of the way you get paid out about 3% a day. So, the average user that deposited and did withdraw, he might have withdrawn maybe 6%, maybe 9%. So in that case, it's not a big deal. Only the people that specifically bought it and specifically went into the protocol with the intentions of draining the protocol are going to be essentially excluded due to the mechanism that determines what your distribution will be, right? So because of this, I'm even more bullish than I otherwise would be about the launch of Piggy Bank, because all those people that bought with the sole intention of draining the system, well, not all of them, but the ones that did successfully do that, are being left off on the new launch. So you don't have to worry. So unlike other protocols, first of all, if you bought on the third day of any of my protocols, you were never late, right? It was always a great time to buy. But even on those protocols, they were essentially regular tokens where there were people that could sell at any point, right? Except for DRIP, but even DRIP, people were holding DRIP and could have dumped it, right? And a lot of people did from pre-sale, right? We had a significant correction after the launch from the pre-sale dumpers, right? But with Piggy Bank, all of it's locked up. So there is no ability for these whales to dump on your head for buying on the third day. And the small, 3 or 4 people that did bought with the intention of draining, they're going to be left out due to the way that we're implementing the distribution or the crediting system.
Okay. Hello. Can I ask a question? Hello.
Guys, I
Hello, can you hear
appreciate
me?
your time. I have to get up at 6 in the morning.
We appreciate your time, Forex. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna hop off, but I got an AMA on Thursday. So tomorrow I'm gonna announce the AMA on Thursday. On Thursday, I'm gonna do the announcement of the launch date and then do an AMA after it. And as soon as we announce it, that means everything's done, and then it's promotion time, and it's time for me to be more public. So I'll be more visible and around anyway. So this is one of my favorite groups to hang out in anyway. So I'm always in here. It's just whether I'm in here actually spending time typing or just lurking to see what you guys are on about.
Yeah.
But
let's not let a reckoning be what brings you around next time.
Nah, man, no. Well, that I will admit, I stayed for the entertainment, but I came to make a post about Thursday. But
we love you, bro. We love you, bro. And drip is king, man. The fucking
thank you, brother.
Standing the test of time.
Yeah, thank you. All right, guys. So
yeah, thanks a lot for coming. Hey, Forex.
Yeah,
So
no
when Zebra money? Let's do it.
Yeah.
I really do. So the thing is, right? I do think that it's a cool implementation. I think that it can. I know that it can be done securely. The issue is I don't want to launch 2 new tokens, right? So
do it on Crow. Do it on Crow. Crypto.
Do it on
Kronos.
Well, I won't do it on Crow because if I do it, it will have some sort of drip implementation where where it's supporting drip. But so that's the issue, right? I don't want to launch 2 new tokens.
Well,
But
it doesn't have to be tomorrow. It could be 6 months down the line. Just keep it in the back burner.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. I would want to do it sooner than later. The thing is, right? So we would need a new stable coin, which is something that is cool, right? I don't have an issue with that. We could issue a stable coin and do it securely. The issue is I don't want to launch a new like elephant type token. We have enough tokens. I don't want to launch more tokens. I want to support the tokens we have. So so the idea is, yes, I would love to do an implementation like that, and we could even introduce a stablecoin to do it, which we would have to, but I would want to tie it to DRIP. So
yeah, exactly. 75% to stable to 25% drip. That'd be great.
Something like that, or at least instead of that that whatever I don't remember what you call it, platform fee or whatever, it's a drip fee where it just goes to buying drip or however we can do it. I gotta look into it.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, you got my 100k blessing. You got my 100k blessing.
Because we don't need more tokens. Like we have the tokens.
Yeah. I think the world doesn't need more tokens, right? We could probably get by with the tokens we have and just more contracts.
We can just focus on drip. I like that idea because drip is killing it. We can just put all of our focus there. You know.
Oh yeah, that's always been the plan is to when I'm finished getting everything finalized with Animal Farm, put my focus right back on drip. So that's always been the plan even before I launched Animal Farm, but that's still the plan. And like I've shown, the UI is done. The lottery is going to create new cash flow for drip, new reason for people to access the drip site. Team competitions will come with the new drip UI, and then there's other development teams that are building stuff for drip as well. I'm careful to promote them because we see what happens. People use our name and then Rug or whatever, and that's why I didn't bring up EMP.Money or any of these projects or give them any light, because I could tell that there was something off about them. But there are a couple projects from solid dev teams that are building cool things, and I'll support them as well, So there's a lot coming for drip. I'm confident about drip. I don't pay attention to the day-to-day drip price because I know drip's working. I know drip has a solid like game theory and logic behind it. And as long as we continue to support it, push the continued development and evolution of it, I'm happy with it. It's doing what I want from it, right? So it's working.
Yeah, it's a week from being a year old.
Wow.
Despite the fact that the Piggy Bank is positive, but we're still earning 1% and 3%. So man, you are the best.
Yeah. Well, so I think that this issue with Piggy Bank probably caused a reaction in the drip price. I don't have much doubt about that because that's just how these spaces work. And then, we've had a lot of pressure. This is one reason why, I'm not very friendly with BT. There's been a lot of people in his community and himself and just around him telling people specifically sell drip for elephant, sell drip for trunk, and there was whole groups devoted to just selling drip for trunk and for elephant money. And it's really kind of painful to see all those people do that and then just have it all be taken from some hacker. It's terrible.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that announced.
Yeah, so that really caused a drag down on drip. But the thing is, drip is strong, and drip will be able to outlive these projects and look better and stronger as we, face these issues and move past them. But of course, in the time when it's happening, these things do hurt the price, and it's not good.
And the good thing is that they are not there anymore.
It is. Although I don't like to see it go up that way.
I think
Alex,
now is the
before
best
you go,
time for
Alex,
DRIP Garden, right?
Alex,
From DRIP Garden.
Alex, before you go,
Yeah.
I saw an announcement on the Splashy that they say that BB helped them to come back. Can you confirm this? Because sometimes they use your name, they use your call.
No,
They
they're
mentioned that he has helped them to come back again, and they have the proof. They can share the proof of their communication. Can you clarify this?
No, he hasn't. I don't know what they're. I mean, they're trying to, just like Monopoly Money did, just these other projects did. They're trying to use our reputation to steal money from people. It's terrible. But no, that's not true. I mean, it's not true at all.
Forex, I'm in here,
So,
bro.
it's
I'm
terrible.
in here. I have the receipts on this.
Thank you so much, bro.
Yeah, and someone said about Drip Garden, yes, absolutely, because
the best time, right? Forex, when you're not going now in the DRIP Garden, you're stupid, right? You have to go now. I think it's the best time, right? In the DRIP Garden now.
Yeah.
Drip Garden is essentially like leverage trading drip, right? So if you think the price of drip is going to increase, right, then then Drip Garden is where you're going to get the most exposure there. Now, of course, it's more risk than holding the drip token itself, and then I would say the faucet contract is a little more risk than holding the token, and then Drip Garden is a little more risk than being in the faucet contract. So it depends what kind of risk model you want, and some have higher risk, higher reward, some are less risk, less reward. And I would say Drip Garden is the more risky side of things. But if you think the price of drip's going to appreciate, it's essentially like leverage trading drip. Essentially, it's that higher risk model for a higher payout for holding drip. Essentially.
Okay.
And anything planned for Drip's birthday?
I'm so disconnected with dates, but now that someone just told me that that our first year is coming up, I will definitely work on something. I got to figure out what the dates are. I have no clue. I'm so bad with time. Like
April 23rd.
Not that long ago, I announced that something was 2 years old, and it was really only 1 year old. And I literally just, it's like time moves so fast. I thought it had been 2 years. It had only been 1 year. It's just like, it's so hard to keep track of time in this space. Everything's moving so fast. Like I wouldn't guess that Drip. Actually, I knew Drip was a year old because I know that that these max payouts are starting to hit from people that only been trading for a year. But it didn't really click in my mind that Drip is a year old. It will have a birthday. So thanks for reminding me about that. For sure.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna hop off because I got a ton of stuff and I gotta wake up in 5 hours.
Do you know when the drip UI is coming out?
Well, the drip UI is finished, so it's really just a matter of getting Piggy Bank deployed and then just focusing on that. But I would say, I would probably no longer than a month after Piggy Bank is deployed. So implementing new front end is pretty easy, and it's finished. So
I would love to help out in many different ways, such as merchandise and apparel and marketing, and not just because I want to make money. I actually want to help the project grow. So I would love to speak with you sometime. Obviously now is not the time, nor are you busy as fuck, but also, check your DM because there's a situation at hand, and I've been around for a long time. It's kind of messed up, so trying to fix that. But I would love to help you.
Yeah, so as far as marketing, we can always use marketers. We can use React devs. As far as if you want to use your specific marketing skills, I think the best way to do it is by promoting your own drip team, and that will promote the project as a whole and allow you to reap from that. But if you have some specific to do, then I'm open to hear about it. I get so many DMs. I get like I don't know how many DMs, probably 1,000
No,
DMs a day.
I know.
My
Yeah.
Telegram
Forex, can I ask a
account.
question?
1 second. My Telegram account is listed on like CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, all these sites. So so every botter, every scammer, every
I'm sure.
spammer is sending me DMs all day, every day. So I don't get people's DMs. But yeah, I'll check out your DM. No problem. I'll do it right when we get off the call.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For the second tier of the DAO, would we be able to get in from like holding a certain amount of dogs or pigs instead of only reap or breep?
Well, so the current model is on the ERC20 model, and dogs and pigs are on BSC, but it could be possible. I have an idea for the second tier, and it will support our existing projects, but I don't. Before I start talking about it, I want to get a few more deals, through the DAO, just so it's that much more attractive when I start talking about it. But that's a good idea. It's definitely going to support our
Thank you.
current model. That's 100% for sure.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, Forex,
No problem.
Forex, this is Brown. Can I get 20 seconds real quick?
Yeah, then I'm going to go, but okay.
All right. So, hey, man, I just wanted to say, I just heard what you just said about us using BB's name. That's totally not true. I just need to clear up some things. I've been in conversation with BB since we launched Splassive, and there's been, for one, like, you can ask him, you can ask my community, you can check the receipts in the Telegram. Like, we have the utmost respect for you and for BB, and I'm never said any shit or anything about you guys, and I just want you to know that for one. But then secondly, like, I would never say something if it wasn't true, in the sense that, like, I've been talking with him this whole time, and he wanted to look out for us after the crap that happened to us. And so he was like, yeah, share your code with me, and I'll take a glance and make sure that the multi-sin airdrop vulnerability that was in the original drip code, which you could also verify, he made sure that was good and that we're good for this relaunch. That's not something I made up. I had the chats. I'm not just gonna say some shit like that. I just wanted to clear that up.
All right, well,
you're a scammer.
Him potentially looking at the person asked if BB is going to help get you guys relaunched or whatever. That's not going to happen.
I would never say that. No, yeah, I would.
Well, that's
never
what
say
whoever just said something about BB. That's what he said, that BB is going to help Splassive get relaunched or whatever. He
Absolutely
said something
not.
along those lines.
No. Everything that we say is in our Telegram, is in the pinned messages. That's never anything that came out of any of our mouths. I would never say that because I know it's not true.
Yeah, and yeah, I'll have to talk with BB about it. But anyways, don't use us to promote your project. Not cool.
Again, that's not happening. All I did was share the code with him. He said he was going to glance over it. He did. That's it. Like, that's all I did. And we've all we've done is pointed to you guys from the beginning and told people, hey, these are the ones that came before us. Like, we have the utmost respect for Drip, for Forex, for BB. Like, that's all we've done.
Yeah, I know nothing about Splassive. All I've heard about Splassive is it's some sort of drip clone that got exploited or something, and that's all I heard. Right? So we knew that people that were going to fork Drip were going to use our old contracts. It's such a we knew that was going to happen because of the way our proxy contracts are set up. So it happened, when people were telling me it was exploited, I was like, oh, it was probably this. But I don't know. I would say I'm not going to talk about BB in here. So anyways, it is what it is.
Forex, I've got the message that the one who said about BB helping is here. They say some bring up the point, how do we, okay, let me read it. One of these developers that verified the code being benefit for us is BB from DRIP. And yes, if we need to show a screenshot for proof, we will. We have been in communication with him since we started.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what
I
they
would say
say.
that I would say that's a massive I would say that's a not massive, but I would say that's a stupid strategical move for BB if he
Yes,
did
definitely.
allow posts like that to be seen and used. Stupid of him. But it is what it is, right? I can't go back to change something that BB did. I know for a fact that BB isn't going to be working for Splassive or doing any developing for Splassive. He might have looked at the code to see that there was the issue that we already knew would be the issue if someone cloned DRIP and told them, yes, this is the issue. But other than that, I doubt that he did a lot more than that. And even doing that was stupid. But it is what it is. I'm not going to talk about BB here.
All right, go to sleep, bro.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. All right.
GG.
All right. Good night.
Later. Cool.
Thank you.
Holy
Well,
shit.
thank you everybody for stopping by. It's been fun.
Yeah.
Buy sheep on your
BGM protocol after hours.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well,
Make sure you pump the like button on the way out.
Yeah.
We
Well,
hit a new record in here. Shit.
well,
Yeah,
it's great
that
that
was
there's
pretty cool
300
tonight.
people, and well, it is great. There's 300 people, and 400 people in this chat. I would much rather have that
enough
many.
to
You
give about 10 white.
Remember, you new people in here, check out the sheep token. Don't forget the sheep token.
Amen.
So when white.
I'm back in for one more round before I go to sleep.
What's up, BankTeller?
BT and Forex chat.
Huh? Well, it originally started as a chat with both of them in here, but then BankTeller took off. Where'd you go, BankTeller?
Yeah, I missed the bank part. I want to hear that.
Yeah, it's recorded. Yeah, I'll bet.
Perfect timing.
This is staged.
Flopping Groper, what's up, man? You're Crypto Faces brother, aren't you? We met before. Good to see all the new faces in here.
So I got Peck Shield looking at things and doing some forensics work to figure out who actually did this exploit.
Cool.
It's good.
Looks like the collateral utilization ratio is back 1.03. Treasury's growing. Cash treasury's growing again. So
We got someone echoing.
yeah, let's just get the stampede back to be happy.
I guess crispy.
You can deposit and roll in Stampede, and by tomorrow, with the patch, you'll be able to claim trunk as well.
Nice. I'm not trying to claim. I just want to roll. This was always supposed to be like my retirement / next year fund, and I just want it to be alive. So if it takes a while for it to come back, that's fine. But as I was telling everybody today, like it, if it was just an isolated incident, I mean the project's still fucking badass and it could recover. So I'm happy to see that.
That's why I
kicking
bought
in.
them tonight, Rhino.
What? Oh, nice, excellent. Go for it.
Where do you get flash loans from?
I don't know, buddy. You tell me. You find out. You tell me, and we'll split it. Okay.
Look at the exploit. Look at the exploit itself. It shows where you got them from.
You need to call Hodl X. He'll sell you plenty of it.
Started leaving, and then Teller showed up, and they all hit the brakes and turned around.
No, this is staged because out stage right goes Forex Shark, and in stage left comes freaking BankTeller. Like almost uncanny, you know.
Just waiting in the green room for him to finish up his set.
Right.
You gonna cheek him, BankTeller?
No, I think we're good. I think you're gonna see. We had to deal with exploits, and I think you're gonna see the pace and speed and communication. It's gonna be different styles and different time frames.
Okay, I just have one question. Let me ask you this one question that's bugging the shit out of me. When he told you 4 months ago that he saw an exploit, did you really take it seriously, or did you just think he was trying to tell you so people wouldn't buy your project compared to his? Was it just a butthurt project type of deal?
I think we've covered a lot of ground. And we're at V 4.2. And so a lot of changes have been made to the contract to improve security and price performance and everything else. So,
But what you did, what he told you 4 months ago, was that a serious
I think a lot of
thing?
people are armchair quarterbacking, and everybody has a plan to get punched in the face. If you check out the Medium, everything I need to say is in the Medium. I've spoken to that, so I suggest you read the Medium.
No, I did. I just asked you that. If
You know,
guys
BankTeller,
had-
I just wish you would own it more. That's the only thing. Like,
What?
own the mistake, address it. We move forward. We know it's going to recover. But I just feel like you're just dancing around what happened. Let's just own up to it. And I think it'll be
When I have Medium posts and AMA and working with partners to triage the issue, I don't think I'm dancing around anything. I think I'm resolving the issue.
Okay.
But I'm not the one that exploited the freaking contract. I'm not the one that took people's money. I'm the one that's working for the community, with the community to, rewrite
Always stutters.
the all of this.
Please.
Bro.
And then we got to deal with knuckleheads like that who don't add any value and are faceless.
Don't blame other
Everybody
people.
knows what the hell I look like and what I do.
Oh, we know you, BankTeller, and I respect what you do. I'm not trying to flood you or anything. I just, like in my business, when we fuck up, we own up to it. We just say, yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, it was told to me 4 months ago. I should have been more proactive.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would ever come to that, because who the hell is going to get a $260 million loan, and for that, that's all I guess all I would be looking for.
I mean, these are the most sophisticated. This attack is super sophisticated. I have Tech Shield on this. I have Insurace on this.
You were alerted to it months ago. You didn't fix it.
This is not it. This attack is way more complicated with way more resources. Yeah.
What was it exactly that Forex warned against then, if it wasn't this?
Maybe explain it for the newcomers, light version.
That's not true. It was a very simple flash loan attack. It was very simple. It was extremely ridiculously simple. But anyways, I came back to say BB did say that he would glance at the code to help you guys out. He glanced at it. He realized that it was that you implemented the issue that we fixed with DRIP and let you know. But please don't go around saying that BB is working to fix Splasive or anything like that, because It's just not true. It's bad faith. But anyways, BankTeller, you know this was a simple vulnerability and a relatively simple.
Let me. How about Forex? How about you just leave and let me speak on my own problems? You speak on yours. How about that? I'm not speaking on pigs and dogs.
I came here
advice earlier.
I came here to say something else, and you guys were talking. He specifically just said, "What was Forex talking about?" If it was some extremely complicated thing, because they asked me to give an explanation of the vulnerability and the exploit earlier, and when we were both in here, so someone asked to give an explanation of the vulnerability, and I said, "Why don't I let BT do that, right? Since it's his project, and maybe he would want to explain it more than me." And you were, I don't know, on mute or you left or whatever. So I explained it, right? But I specifically said, let BT explain it, right? And I explained it, and it is a relatively simple exploit with just basic bad logic that was that was exploited through a simple flash loan, right? When you're deriving the payout for a reward mechanism based on the price of an asset, and you're only utilizing one oracle that can be manipulated with a flash loan. That's all they did, right? And they just cycled that same thing multiple times so they could drain the full thing. I mean, anyways, I already gave a full explanation of the exploit in here. So, a lot of people, probably everybody here that was in here listening to it, understood exactly what happened. It's not that complicated, but anyway, that's subjective whether it was complicated or not. But anyways.
I'm right here.
He's here.
I'm right here.
I don't know what you guys are arguing about. You guys seen so many people.
I'm still curious though. So if Forex, what he warned about wasn't what happened, what was it that he warned about?
Forex, we did not. The level of detail that is magically opportunistically coming out of Forex's mouth did not come out at the time when I said, well, hey, we should sidebar and talk about it. And that never happened.
I don't think you ever reached out to me.
Okay, look, I don't want to get on your name, but I simply said, look, if it's going to affect the community, we should talk about it. And you were like, nah, no thanks, I'm good. But that was a different time. Now we're here. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't have any DMs from you. But anyway,
that's it. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, it's not my responsibility. I said there was a major vulnerability. I said it in multiple places. You never DM'd me about it. If you DM'd me about it, maybe I would have talked to you. Maybe I wouldn't, because I don't like you that much. So I don't know if I would have or not. But,
all right, so you can go. This is not helpful at this point.
Oh, I came to say something else, and someone said my name when I came in here. But I'll give you the floor, man. I'll mute myself right now. I mean, I have no problem with that.
Yeah. Anyway, we have Peck Shield and Insurace doing the forensics. What's more importantly than how it was done, which trivial or not, is who did it, and where the funds are currently, and that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're gonna figure out who these cocksuckers are that took the money.
It's you.
Don't you guys activate their camera on their computer?
Teller robbed everybody. Again.
Drip all the way, baby. Drip all the way.
Every one of his projects.
Hey, BankTeller, stop rugging, nigga.
Rug.
Yeah. If you're gonna sit here and badmouth BankTeller, then you don't need to be in here, okay? Yeah. This is here for corrective criticism, not to be using foul language towards somebody that's a very good person in here. So if you can't have anything nice to say, shut the fuck up.
Happened to the reactor.
Into the reactor. I swear some of these exploiters are my fans. They just keep following me everywhere I go.
Yep.
Rugger.
I wish.
I didn't know the APR on a paused farm.
Lord.
Gee, ask them what happened to the reactor.
I just want to know if I still make money on a paused farm because I'm just trying to do the numbers.
You can't talk about the pause farmers, man. We'll ban you.
Frozen funds. Will that work?
Thomas is in here. Yeah.
It's sucks that all this stuff is happening,
Okay.
but
Yeah. For everyone who missed out 2 months ago, your price is here. That's all I gotta say. I bought some just now. I bought some elephant. I bonded some trunk. The show goes on. For real.
Are you guys gonna find out about
worth.
this guy who did this?
So this ain't financial advice, but you better fucking buy some elephant right now. You're never gonna see the price this low ever again.
Oh man.
That's a fact. That's a fact. We got the best. We got the best auditors in the world looking at this right now. Chain link all up my ass right now.
So should
This
I
is not
buy
happening
elephant
again.
or trunk?
Trunk is the easiest buy ever because you just buy it till it gets to 1 and then you stop.
Got it.
It's just free money until it gets to 1. You're basically getting a discount right now, which is why you see the price running up. I haven't done anything to help support the price of trunk. A bunch of stakers dumped on there because they got scared. But there is absolutely no reason why the trunk price is down. And actually, if you look at the liquidity.
Hey, BT, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm looking at that right now. When I put $100 in, for example, to mint some trunk, I'm seeing 100 BUSD equals 99 trunk. Right? That's what it's always been. So where's the discount?
Well, I haven't. Hold on.
1,500 couple hours ago, and now it's worth 3,200. So there's your discount.
Minting is fast, so you gotta go get it on Pancake.
You need to buy it on Pancake Swap.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
40% discount. I bought.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, and by the way,
Contract address if we're buying on Pancake.
I don't see it on the trunk page.
Well, you have to put the contract address in there.
Yeah, he's asking where do we find it?
Oh, it's right at the bottom in the about. There's a link to.
I'll post it in here for them, BankTeller. I'll go get it.
So it was $12 million that got sold by the hackers of Elephant, right? Or was there more than that?
11. There was a rebalance. I still got research.
50 million.
8.5 million.
Because I was looking at 50 million on BSC scam, but I wasn't sure like if that was the real number after reading your media mark.
No, the hacker stepped away with 27,000 BNB. So that was 11 million and change. But
Okay.
there was all. Let me just check this really quickly.
I did put the token address in the chat, folks.
And that 11 million, it came out of the treasury, right? What was the total value of the treasury at the time? Percentage wise, what was that 11 million?
There was 212 trillion down to like 10 trillion or.
Not dollars, right? So what was it dollar wise compared to the 11 million? I'm curious what the percent was.
You can't do it. So you can't do it dollar wise because as you push the elephant back into the liquidity pool, the price slides down the parabolic curve back down. It's like running up a sliding board and then coming back down. So price is not determined by how much was in the treasury. Price is determined by how much is in the liquidity, how much elephant is in the liquidity pools collectively. So the way you calculate value for any holder is you calculate the price from the liquidity pool, then you just multiply that by the current holdings. But we want to look at this problem from the right perspective. So we didn't lose 400 million, for example, or 300 million, or any of those large numbers, right? We didn't lose that. We slid down this is why it's important for holders of elephant not to dump. We all win if people just stop this, have strong hands. Don't go for the 2x, don't go for the 3x. Hold out for what we can do next year. So if anything, this is going to be a big lesson for people that all you need to do to win is hold. Our largest holder didn't hold, and now we've been reset. All the progress has been reset. But you see, just by all of the tokens are in the liquidity pool. Like no elephant is missing. No elephant's missing. It's all just back in the liquidity pools. Not again.
That's the Trayvon James thing, right? Technically, you didn't lose your money. You still have your BitConnect tokens. Well, you kind of lost your money, right? That's the Trayvon James defense, right? The elephant's still there. Are they worth anything? Maybe.
The elephant's worth a lot. An elephant's worth. I would argue to the community, elephant's worth a lot more right now, and the opportunity is back again. Like for everybody has an equal shot right now. And the smart money is buying. The smart money is not dumping. You look at the chart. Look at what's happening on Dex tools right now. The smart money is all buying.
I want to know where your headspace is right now, because when I got dumped on and I lost 110K that was going into us buying a new house.
What happens now that it's depeg? What happens when it unpauses on Pancake? Does it go back? Or what happens when it unpauses?
And we're trending on Dex tools too, so now is a great time to strike.
Well, while that is paused as far as Stampede, what happens when you unpause that contract? Because there's going to be a bunch of accumulated interest that no one can move right now. So you got like Crypto Slow makes 29,000 trunk a week. I'm making like $600 a day. If you put everybody together, they can't do anything with it. The moment you unpause it, they're going to sell that trunk. What happens then?
It's going to create more opportunity for stakers. Basically, we're going to be in a situation where people can, the people who are in for the long haul are going to be able to get trunk at a discount for a while. That's it. And then we'll come all the way back up. Trunk's already recovering as well from the bottom. It's at 65.
You anticipate the pause because that recovery gets longer and longer the longer we're paused, because at this point people are accumulating. So I don't understand why we didn't pause the interest being earned so that we don't snowball that, because it's going to get out of control.
We're only behind by like a day. We're not even behind by 24 hours yet. So that's why I'm working quickly to rectify the situation.
Hey, BT, Forex said he's open to working with you. Are you open to collaborating with?
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm just not going to badmouth him, and he's going to work on doing the same. That's it.
I also never said that. trying to stir the pot right now.
Okay, well, not
have to rebalance.
words in anyone's mouths, but you know, some kind of at least neutral ground.
I never heard Forex say anything about that. He said before he didn't really want to talk about anything about it. So I'm not sure how you're getting. He said he was going to make it. But
Specifically, what I said is I'm not interested in it. If BT had a really cool idea, I'd be interested to buy it off him maybe. But stop asking if we're going to partner, because it seems like you're egging me on to say something bad about BT. And really all I can say is no. I don't want to partner with him, and I don't want to talk bad about him, so let's just leave it at no. That's what I said.
Didn't mean to.
so the contract is being fixed before it's being redeployed, correct?
Rebalance, Teller. Rebalance.
Can this happen again? Is there something wrong with the contract, or
Well,
no?
somebody just did a big buy of trunk, so it says 67. I'm trying to tell you right now. I'm here. If I'm here, I'm not here to waste my breath. I'm like, I come in DGen chat in particular because I am a DGen protocol member. That is why I am here. I'm here as a member. I'm here as a advisor on Sheep Token. I'm in a different role when I'm here, and I often drop a lot of alpha here. So that's why people know to come to this particular chat. And I'm telling you, as a DGen protocol member, that trunk is on fucking sale, period.
Has the contract been, was there a problem with the contract? And if so, if yes, has it been fixed?
Fix is in. We have to do the implementation. We're halfway through the implementation. All these things have to, there's obviously things that are immutable and that are working just fine. So the liquidity pools.
Oh my
All
God.
we're fine.
Forex and BT are both on the DJ
Massive situation, and
chat.
I think you're doing a good job. You know, like.
Oh, thank you.
Hook it up to the speaker.
Hook this up.
The concerns with all this pressure building up, right? And once we resume the contracts, I mean, what's going to happen, right? And I think time is of the essence right now. Do you have a timeline? Would you expect for resumption?
This weekend, so this is all going to get resolved before then. We'll be operating in some state before Friday. I hold myself to that. I don't really put dates out there, but this is, I mean, and all said and done, this is pretty light work.
Don't guarantee anything and rebalance.
Hey, Forex, if you're still here, love your work. You're the only.
I don't know what they're talking about. Rebalance what?
I'm gonna mute that.
I got a question about the Stampede, man. I checked it out today. I have a claim of $40. When I hit claim, it came out only 7 trunks. So my question is these problem that we have affected also the Stampede, or what is your opinion? Why it came out with only $7 after I have available 40 for claim?
Without a TX, I can't help you.
It was only at 15 cents on the dollar at the time.
BT, what are the odds that somebody can do this again?
Limit to none, because we have auditors, we have Chainlink, we have people that I met at BTC 2022. Yeah, well, that's the whole, like, look, guys. Really? Do you guys remember Michael Jordan's first couple of seasons? You don't win championships.
I know, but I don't think like we should be like championships, like
Michael Jordan was a bum.
I think everything should be fixed before all these contracts are unpaused. Like, I think everything should be fixed. But it sounds like you're planning on, like, you know, like, I don't know, like, doesn't seem like you seem like you're gonna unpause like certain things or something. I don't know. Can you explain that better?
There's a short list of things that need to be addressed. Been literally working with these contracts for years, and they're just going to get fixed. We're going to redeploy. Like, you know, everything's bouncing up off the floor already. No exploits can be executed right now. That's all for a reason. Like, there's no uncertainty here. Like, you know, I'm not hiring somebody to do this code. I know every single inch of this code to the best of my ability, you know. So it's like, you know, Superman. But for people that know the weakness, they can still attack him, right?
I was just curious. So I'm not like,
Yeah.
you know, don't take offense.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just curious what your plan is.
The plan is all laid out in the medium. So all you have to do is follow the medium and see everything playing out. So far, we had an initial response, which was to tell people where they could get further information. And so far, I think we have 5 or 6 updates. And then in each one of those updates, we have new information, we have new analysis, new triage. We're bringing on partners, and we've done AMA updates.
This your final rug?
Let's move past this, right?
Final.
All right, hey guys. Let's just move past what's happened, right? Let's say a month or two, everything's back to how it was. We're full steam ahead again. What is your long-term plans with this? You know, like let's just move
that's
past
kind of
the
hard to
situation.
answer. What happened to the money? Like, like
the money.
Your money's still there.
We're not worrying about that.
No, the money's not there. The tokens are there. The money's not there.
Hold on.
So
there's
that's like, you know, get that right first. The tokens are there. The money's
I'd like
not
to hear
there.
what BT has to say with his longer-term, real, true goals. You know, let's just move past this whole situation. It's in the Medium article. He's been talking about it for ages. We get the point. I want to know in a month or two time, everything's back on track. Where is the long-term goal with all of this? And like, I mean this in a good, positive way. You know, what's the roadmap? What can we be excited for? Get us through this period of time.
The plan is to make a V2 version and rug pull you guys even more, so BankTeller gets even more money. So that's the best part of it.
Most insane thing I've ever had. Please go do your research. BankTeller didn't get any money out of this.
Try and move past all
How
this,
did we get all that
FUD.
capital back? That amount of TVL.
Where the money went, and if you've like even looked, if you're like looking into that, because I was looking at the blockchain.
I
So
think
I mean,
that
it's a little
the fact
crazy.
that we expect BT to stay here through the whole evening and night and keep talking about the same thing over and over again. He's really, I'm just putting myself in his shoes or any dev's shoes who's just gone through this. He's really had a rough time. The least we can do is give him
Did
some
people just
compassion,
forget
some
what
empathy,
exploit
and
means?
time
That's what I'm
to
wondering.
figure all this stuff out.
Douchebag. The APR. What's that?
I agree, and like I think we should try to at least talk about something new. And if BT wants to open up about the future with this, because we understand, yeah, look, something's happened. Okay, let's not speculate what has happened. Something's happened. Let's move past and see if BT, you have anything you want to sort of give us an overarching roadmap instead of us all sort of pointing fingers at each other. Let's just try to like move on to some bigger things, right?
We doubled from the bottom in less than 24 hours. More like 12 hours actually. Less than 12 hours. Look at the chart. Look at the chart. Look at the response. There's people who are crying. There's people who are making money right now. I'm calling what it is. I'm letting you know. Like,
other projects into this, but Titano did something extremely similar, bounced straight back up, right? Not exploit or anything, but it did something similar. Price action can be quite volatile, but I just really do want to wonder where the future with all of this is. What kind of utility you're going to build out? What kind of things are going to continue to, besides the core foundational?
Was the basis of one of the best performing assets in all of crypto in the past 3 months. That's what the core gave you, right? And as long as that is allowed to run without any interference, we're golden. So all exploits will be buttoned up. We have motivated spectators who are coming off the sidelines based on the actions of the community. There are particular drip teams like Cryptozoa. You know, this is all one community, right? So there are teams that are in drip that have been in bankroll flow. You know, Thomas G. You know, even Stunner Breezy. People have covered all of these projects. This one community. They came off the sidelines for Elephant, and because they came off the sidelines, we got the attention that we deserved. And now that we have the attention we deserve, we have the help of a lot of the core DeFi community that we did not have before, which is why you see a lot of these sort of preventable exploits. I mean, I could say the same thing about the Animal Farm launch. You know, that was preventable through code that I wrote. So, you know, you just do fair launch.
Right.
Because you just do a fair launch. If you just launched the Piggy Bank the same way that you launched the Elephant token with a fair launch, everybody would have got it at the same price, same average price.
No money.
My project, I want everybody to remember the Elephant launch that went in value something like 90% in the first couple weeks, right? Isn't that what happened? The Elephant token, right? That token, as soon as it listed, it crashed like 90% of value in the first few months. Is that not what happened? So don't tell me that we could have avoided by doing what Elephant did, because if we had done that, we would have been crashed 90-something%. Instead, we protected investor capital, right? We did what you're supposed to do. And yes, we could have implemented it better. Yes, we could have implemented it better, and I admit that. But don't say that we could have did it in the way that Elephant did it. Elephant fucking lost 90% of its value in the first fucking 2 weeks, and then had to crawl back over the course of months, right? That wasn't a good launch.
That was a fine launch. Basically, anybody who sold that period sold at a loss, and then
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. The price of the token crashed 90% and stayed there for months. Don't say that was a better launch. It wasn't. We all know.
Yo, why are you so animated? Why? Look, you don't have to be so animated and defensive. Like, basically,
I mean, all right, guys, because he's passionate.
I care about my
That's
shit.
why he talks like that.
Something that was unfortunate. He's completely shooting that thing to the moon. The scratch hits, all these other utilities. He's building out utility. I'm asking you, BT, what kind of utility are you going to do to make up for this? I know the core thing is great and everything, but Forex is out here. He's added a bunch more utility. He's going to completely recover and
fucking made a scratcher. A fucking scratcher. That's bum shit.
Yeah, and the key issue, we never lost money.
Money with Forex.
That's
So that's
right.
why I'm
Never
asking.
lost money. Never
Forex
lost
is
a
here.
dollar.
He's literally compounding his utility, and he's making this an
Yes,
extremely
man. We are
positive
making low.
experience. And I haven't been worried one single bit, okay, about anything with the pause. I look at people when they're all afraid, and I don't understand, because Forex is some individual that I can get behind fully. I trust him and everything he does.
That's great. Do you want to talk about you want to talk about Forex, or you want to get information on this exploit? I'm just like, that's not constructive.
Saying I don't trust you, and I'm not saying that anyone should be pointing fingers at each other.
If you want to, okay,
fuck up.
If you want to suck Forex's dick and not get information about the exploit, you can go right ahead.
I also say that
I don't think it's
wrong
about
with doing
sucking
that.
dick, man. It's about making money.
There's nobody straight up lied about Piggy Bank launch, man. He straight up
Forex
lied
is
about it.
moon locker. Anybody put it in moon locker and lost money?
Yeah. This guy's crazy, man. Y'all crazy for following.
We should probably end this chat.
Made a lot of money on it. I'm sorry if you're a shit investor and bought it the wrong time or whatever, but a lot of people made a lot of money.
Told him.
The development is, if you're a shit trader, you still get money, right? A lot of people made a lot of money on all of my projects, actually.
DAO members.
Nah, dude, I'm not a DAO member. I made got like a 30x, 40x on fucking Rev.
All right, that's it at the moment. Change my mind. Prove me wrong. Right. Let's see the future what it holds. Let's see the future what it holds.
Need a BankTeller. BankTeller only made himself rich.
So money has been held for over a month. When is it ever gonna be out? Hopefully next week.
It's gonna be
Thursday,
out
like you
next week.
says.
Forex made
Otherwise,
more people.
really?
Forex made people way more money than BankTeller. BankTeller ain't did shit but rug motherfuckers.
No. BankTeller had a DAO.
You know what you need to do?
Oh my god.
You know what you need to do, man? You need to start a rock business.
BankTeller made $11 million this morning. Forex ain't never robbed us.
That's a fact.
$1 million. Grow up.
BankTeller.
Grow up, guys.
BankTeller.
What the fuck? Raise your hand if BankTeller made you $1 millionaire. Raise your hand if Forex made you $1 millionaire.
I can't believe somebody would tell.
Was it BankTeller? You're gonna get your money back if you don't let him talk.
I can't believe somebody would come in here and think that BankTeller would steal $11 million from us and still be in here. How fucking dumb do you think we are?
Strategy for scammers.
That's because he wants to launch again.
Make your own money instead of writing coattails, man.
BankTeller did it before. He did it before. Y'all act like y'all forget. BankTeller already rugged us before.
Make your own projects. Jesus.
To the king.
Oh my god.
Some of you fucking scammers out there, make your own project and see it work, okay? When you do that, then shut the fuck up.
He's complaining.
That's why you got rugged. That's why you got rugged by BankTeller.
Ass motherfucker.
That's made you millionaire.
Need to go and create anything. They need to be able to trust it.
BankTeller ain't shit but a serial rugger. BankTeller ain't shit but a serial rugger.
Money stolen from them. It's that simple.
Yay.
People need to take responsibility. Devs for their clothes.
How you get robbed by the BankTeller?
Drip is king. That's all I know.
No, he's still here.
BankTeller.
In DeFi, come on.
Truth. Reap than I did off of grenades.
What is going on?
Teller, you fucking thief. You're a scumbag.
I need to give him a chance.
Shut the
It's unfair to at least speak like that about
fucking
him.
clown off the stage.
Drip still looking bullish.
BankTeller ain't shit but a scumbag. BankTeller and Bitcoin Brown is twins. Twin ruggers.
Ridiculous and kind of sad. Like, what is the point? Like, you're trying to get answers, so listen to answers. It going back and forth like this is getting really ridiculous. It's not serving anybody any positive purpose. Yes, we're angry, we're upset, we lost money, some much more than others, but come on, we're adults here.
Oh, on the low.
In all adults.
Just FYI, I'm a top I'm a top plant owner in Drip Garden, and can the dev do something?
One moon, sir. One moon.
You guys are killing
Where's
me.
Lambo, Vico? Where's Lambo?
Lambo.
I got yeah. No, but I posted this transaction here in the chat in DJ Protocol chat. I'm gonna be adding this to the Medium update. So this is something that has been overlooked by the community. It's what the and then a lot of people assume that people just got scared and sold, but what actually happened was the hacker taking the 11 million out worth of BNB. What he actually did was he kickstarted a rebalance, or he put the graveyard in position to do a rebalance. Let me see who actually executed the rebalance. But the graveyard, instead of doing a normal rebalance of 10 trillion tokens, it did a rebalance of 20 trillion tokens, twice as much as it did the last time we did a rebalance. So after taking that big hit, the system moved the price down. There we didn't lose any liquidity though. So that's another reason for the price doing that kind of stair step down after the exploit, the single transaction exploit, because when it does a rebalance, it doesn't sell them all at one time.
12 million garden, right? Let me just go, James, real quick. So the drip garden, right? I've always
legitimate fucking junk.
I've always promoted the drip garden.
Nobody gives a shit about
as a higher risk protocol. It's an alternative or my play on the BNB miner and the shrimp farmer type contracts, and it's outperformed all of them by multiples of 10, right? As far as the amount that is paid out, the length of time that it's continued to operate, the amount of growth that people see. Drip Garden has paid people out tremendously. And
I was just playing. It is what it is. I was just playing that way.
It's the truth, right?
I'm not saying anything bad about the drip garden. It is what it is.
And the drip garden is a way that you can get leverage on the drip token. So it's, the drip token obviously moves in cycles like all assets do. I believe that we're going to see some decent. I don't want to make forward-facing price predictions or anything, but we have a lot of great things coming for drip, and drip garden is a great way to get additional exposure to drip, right? And people have made a ton of money off the drip garden. People continue to make a ton of money off the drip garden, and it's outperformed every single contract in its in its realm, as far as the BNB miners, the shrimp farmers, these kinds of games by like multiples of 10, right? So very happy with the drip garden. It was a win.
Hey, Forex.
Right?
Hey, Forex, I love your products. I love your ecosystem and everything, but one big criticism I have, you have the biggest community in Telegram that I'm aware of, over 54,000 people at Animal Farm, 30,000 on Drip. But in your developer team, everything's awesome. But what about the PR team, right? You got Buttertown Ray as your front man, Drip and Animal Farm. Why not invest more heavier in your PR team, your marketing team, and get a real front man team and really take the leadership by the helm there?
Well, so you say this on this Scratchy project, we did bring on someone that is 100% focused on marketing, right? Because we're partnering with another development team to get it done, which I'll be saying who it is at some point when we get closer. But it's a pretty large, well-known development team, and they have a member of their team that's specifically a marketer, right? So the next major project that we're doing is this Scratch Ticket Protocol model, and we will have a full-time marketer on there I like to do the majority of my marketing the same way a Tesla, right? You look at Tesla, you see very few commercials for Tesla, right? Tesla's main marketing tool or the main marketing leverage is Elon and his the platforms that he sets up for himself to talk about the product and the product itself, right?
And Tesla owners.
And Tesla owners, exactly.
For sure.
Like
Owners
like
for sure.
and like people in spreading their drip teams, right? So I like to model our marketing strategy largely off of Tesla's model, but also putting my own spin on it because of course I'm not Elon Musk and we're not Tesla. But I do agree, right, that we have ways that we could improve that way, and we will be implementing it. Some of the suggestions that you just made in the Strash Ticket protocol, and I believe this is going to be a long-term relationship with these people, right?
I think it's so important. You want to be Charles Schwab of the UI, right, in Drip. I think you need that Charles Schwab, that the front man, the team, the presentation to the community, because you're addressing so many people out here, right? So to have that representation is so important to rep your ecosystem and all your products, for sure.
So it's extremely hard to find people that are trustworthy as well. So when you have say the Drip Twitter, right? If I was to give some management of the Drip Twitter Telegram group to some marketer that I trust that could help promote it because they're specialists in social media, it only takes them one time posing as me, posting a BSC address on the official Twitter account saying, we're doing a surprise raise or this one-time gift thing, and next thing you know, my community gets scammed for millions of dollars, right? So you have to be very, very careful who you put in these positions and how much power you give them, and it's a balancing act that I'm trying to get better at. I am, but this not through me specifically seeking it out, but from having the opportunity presented in front of me and knowing that it's something we need, we will have a full-time marketer on the Scratch Ticket protocol, and assuming that goes well, we continue to build from there, right, for all the protocols. I agree with you.
Really quickly, with the
issue is trusting people and finding good help.
With the new UI that's coming out, I'm really keen on that. I love UI and everything. Is there like an ETA just really super rough when we could expect that?
I think he said about a month after he releases Piggy Bank.
This has been all over the place. From when I got out of it, Michael Jordan might have exploited elephant money and bought a Tesla.
Forex.
Oh, God.
Oh, Michael Jordan obsessed with his elephant money.
Elon Musk, I have a love-hate relationship with him. I love Tesla. I made a ton of money on Tesla stock, right? I called Tesla stock at $240 in my Discord a couple years ago. We held it all the way up to like 1,800. But his whole handling of Bitcoin and Dogecoin and all that, it's like it's hard to like him manipulating everybody to buy shitcoin and clearly dumping it. And he's a billionaire. It's like, why? How much money do you need? Like, what? I think he just finds it fun to manipulate people or whatever.
Exactly right. Yep.
Crazy.
So is there going to be a crypto Mike Thomas G debate next?
Crypto Mike's the man.
I love his videos. It's good energy.
BT, didn't you say earlier that the graveyard rebalanced twice today? I think that was in your AMA.
It rebalanced double, and it was one of my to-do items for the triage today. This is one thing I wanted to do before I go to sleep. And yeah, so people are like not like the exploit didn't do so like people forget 11 million in our sort of parabolic run up $11 million straight cash into the protocol to push us up the parabolic curve was nothing. Like we were doing that like every other day, and that's why we climbed up so fast. So in reality, my biggest, I mean, it just goes to show the power of holding. Like at the end of the day, through slippage and everything else, remember that there's slippage. Like when you trade that many tokens, there's slippage. So you look, you were like talking about, in many ways, the protocol held up strong. You know, did it have a perfect price oracle? No, but there were many things. There are many things coded into. There are many things coded into the reserve to protect value and get accurate prices. So at the end of the day, he was destroyed by slippage. Like, you know, we started out with 80 something. Let's see exactly what that number is.
Yeah, it was 82.3 million or something.
Yeah, it was 80 million. He only walked away.
Yeah,
One
on
second.
Dex Tools, one of the transactions I saw was for like 68 million. I think that was the highest one I saw.
Yeah,
That's because it's a flash loan. So the majority of that was lent capital from some liquidity pool.
Yeah, it was like 200 and it's like 216 million total, I think.
Yeah, and then I think I saw that he transferred all to like Ethereum. I think most.
Yeah,
of it.
he bridged it to Ethereum because Ethereum's a little more decentralized and a little more liberal, so it's
What, you think
easier
he's
to
trying to use Tornado Cash or something?
Yeah, it's easier to cash out of Ethereum, and you have less centralization worries. Like, for example, if he kept it on BSC, there's a limited number of exchanges he could use. He could potentially get, blacklisted on the exchanges and potentially the protocol itself. Ethereum's already proven that they won't do that, and some exchanges will do it, but the protocol itself won't blacklist you for this kind of hack. We've seen that because we've had major, like the DAO hack, for example.
Why would they not do that? Like, isn't that to their disadvantage?
Well, they wouldn't do it because there's a lot of subjectiveness whether something like this is actually a hack or if they're just using the protocol in a way that the developer didn't intend.
Oh,
right?
to like move liquidity or something.
Yeah, well, there's like he didn't break any contracts. He used the contract as it was written. And yes, it's not how the developer said to do it, but it was never, there was no terms of service saying don't do this. And also, there was no like private servers being broken into or passwords cracked. There was no phishing. So technically, it's a gray area to whether this is legal or not. And most exchanges won't touch something like this. But if it's a project with major pull and major exchange connections, sometimes an exchange will blacklist those tokens, or even sometimes protocols themselves will blacklist a token. But ETH has really shown to not do this. And also there's way more places you can offload ETH. And the longer he held it on BSC, the more likely one of these bridges that he would have to use would blacklist him, or all the bridges, or they would use their centralized power in bridges to take his money. So it was just the fastest, most pragmatic thing to do with the capital right away. Get it on the ETH chain because you'll be less likely to get it flagged. There's less censorship. It'll be easier to offload and cash out. So I'm sure that's why he bridged it immediately.
Yeah, it's basically washing money. You just move it around until you can.
It looks like the exploit contract self-destructed.
So there's limits on Tornado Cash, right? Tornado Cash, you can only do. Oh, this could be another reason, right? With Tornado Cash, you can only wash 100 BNB at a time, but you can wash more ETH, right? You can wash 100. It could be more, but it's at least 100 ETH at a time. and that's transferring more capital. It's like almost 10 times more capital that you can wash at a time. So that it's just ETH is just
I didn't
a
realize
better
that.
place to be if you want to wash and hide money and cash out of money.
Yeah, because I saw he transferred all to a different wallet. Like he transferred, like he did like $1 million to like at least like 7 different wallets, I think. So it's like I'm guessing he either did that, so that he could get it all through Tornado Cash, or he did it just so, like in case one of them got blacklisted or something somewhere, he still had all the others, I guess. But,
if one of them was gonna if one of them's gonna get blacklisted, they're all gonna get blacklisted, and we would see if he put it through Tornado Cash. I don't know if he maybe did, maybe didn't. You could do it through one wallet, but if
when I looked earlier, he hadn't done it. They were just sitting like a little over $1 million, sitting in like I don't know 7 different wallets or something.
There's really
Maybe
not
more.
much of a need to put it through Tornado Cash. I mean, he could put it in exchange right now and cash out, and I mean, assuming serious legal action isn't taken, which may or may not, it probably isn't going to, and assuming that he's not KYCing and he has some kind of intelligent way to go into fiat, he's gonna have no issue with it. So there's really not even a major need to Tornado Cash. He may or may not. I mean, it's.
So here's another takeaway. So from what the attacker got away with. So he took 94% of the tokens out of the elephant treasury, but he only extracted 13.75% of the actual value of the treasury prior to the attack. So that's what slippage does. That's what slippage and price action in an AMM means.
Yeah. But I mean,
so
when you say 17%, do you mean at the price it was before and the value he got was less due to his own price impact?
No.
Yeah, due to his own price impact, he did several rounds of this attack.
Yeah.
Right.
So he didn't remove 17% of liquidity. He got 17% of the value, assuming you're, evaluating the price of the token at the high before you dumped it, which it wasn't really worth. I mean, he got all of the liquidity. That's what matters.
He didn't get all the liquidity either. His impact, because right after he executed that attack, we did a 2% rebalance.
He knows him.
No.
Gee, fine, we're gonna do that.
No, I'm just saying he took all the liquidity in BNB. He left you with the elephant, which was devalued at the time. So that's why he only was able to cash out at 13%.
Oh, he was accumulating BNB in the contract.
No, I looked at the contract and I looked at the blockchain. He took out the BNB.
Oh, yes. What I'm saying is there's a for loop inside the smart contract. Like you can see the contracts repeating the attack repeating over and over again over multiple rounds. He's accumulating BNB each round.
Yeah, you guys are essentially saying the same thing, right?
And then you're saying to a single address. But so there's a point in that. He sends a 27,000 BNB at the end. At the price of the time of the attack, that's what equaled 11 million. So 11 million is exactly what he took out. But the ramifications of his actions go deeper because he triggered a rebalance of 2% versus the normal 1%, which dropped the price even further. The good news there is that then the elephant token itself is selling 10 trillion to pair up with the rest of the elephant for liquidity, right? And that drops the price significantly down. And then only after that is when the community starts reacting and panic selling. So he only took 11 million.
But he took the whole treasury, right?
Hold up. No, what happened is this. There was not enough elephant in there for him to make the liquidity to be able to take the rest. He already took all the BNB. So there wasn't enough elephant to pay.
Say it again.
he broke up. I couldn't hear.
Yeah. So one question: what this means for normal people like me that had like $7,000 in there?
It means just sit tight. You sit tight. The price sit tight. Everything's gonna rebound. Everything's gonna rebound. We're already rebounding. You know, so without a attack vector, the ecosystem as it just stands today is designed to go up and is in a good position to go up.
The core value was the treasury, right?
The core failure was the reserve.
The reserve, where the money
The
was.
treasury is a passive. The treasury is a passive contract that just holds elephant tokens. It's
The treasury.
no, that's not how it works. The treasury is protocol owned. The treasury is owned by the protocol. So you're just everyone who's an elephant holder is just impacted by the price action, and the price action is purely a reflection of how many elephant tokens are in the LP. So we can easily extract those elephant tokens back out of the LP and keep it moving. How we got to the place before the attack, we can easily get back to, and we have way more people to help do it this time around. So
yeah, but we got to put the cost for it.
I think if you just simply use Stampede as intended, we're just going to cover that ground, and you really don't have to worry about it. And plus people who bought Elephant at any of these price points higher, they just have a DCA opportunity. Like what you want to think of is that we now have over 17,000 Elephant holders. So there are savvy people, savvy investors, including hedge funds, that had to have entered this project at higher prices and will simply continue their DCA efforts at these lower prices. Like they're just buying the dip, and you can see that in the chart. It's not. This is all objective. We're just watching what's happening in the chart in the buy volume. So
when I did
and just one more
did,
question.
Yeah.
How do we want to stop this from happening again?
Well, we have Tech Shield, we have Insure Ace, we have Certic all on deck to make, and we have Chainlink as well on deck.
Yeah, but technically, BankTeller, he didn't break any rules.
What?
He did what the protocol. He didn't break any rules.
No, I mean, this is classified as an exploit. Like sometimes white hats, what they'll do is they'll run the exploit, then they'll give the money back. The only difference between a white hat and a black hat is whether they throw the fish back. So
I mean, he used your contract. He didn't implement it in the way that you think he would, and whether you want to say it's a hack or not is kind of a gray area. And I don't know.
These are exploits. Anytime it's
definitely an exploit. I'm not arguing that for sure.
Yeah, so I don't even call it hack. That's why it says exploits. And this is where we're respectfully Forex. If somebody has a question about this, just let me answer. So
yeah. I need to ask one question.
Yep.
What I want to understand, what happens when, the trunk contract opens? Well, how does it balance back to $1?
More buy pressure than sell pressure, and I think that's going to happen because the protocol is designed to incentivize stakers and bonders. So,
I mean, does it take a loan from the other token, like Elephant, and sell it to get back to $1? This is what I want to understand.
The Elephant token is responsible for
what happens with
the Elephant token pays out yield to trunk via trunk and via trunk liquidity. So yes, there will be some selling of Elephant to get back to peg, but the V5 design is going to put a little bit more of the onus on maintaining peg with the trunk holders themselves, because there's a strong incentive for trunk holders, accumulators, whatever you want to call it, to
So the question
get
stands,
the yield in the
BankTeller.
first place.
So the question stands. I put 7,000 on Elephant, and you say maybe it's a good opportunity to DCA. I get that, but why would I trust it if this can happen again? And when you say, they are fixing this problem, how long it will take to fix this thing? Or everybody's on call, everybody's doing something for you guys. How do I trust this thing if I already basically lost $7,000? I have a chance to DCA. I get that. How long it will take for you guys to be sure it's not going to happen again?
Wait, say that again.
How are you going to ensure that it won't happen again?
Right.
Because it
Can you
happened
answer
before. This is software. How do you ensure a bug doesn't happen again? First, you have to have the bug happen. The bug happened. Now that it happened, we have a lot of information. There's certain class of bugs that we protect against. The community saw the exploiter running attacks and testing his smart contract ahead of time. So this was planned. This was not something just overnight. Like this planned. You trust that this person is way more sophisticated than most. The person who executed the attack or the team that
self-destructed. How do we detect the exploit contract if it comes back on the chain?
DA, when do we get back and buy more? Not until you guys are really sure, right?
Dude. People who bought Elephant at 1 cent per million are sleeping right now. They are not even stressing. They're already up. Like they're up 8x right now.
I bought at $26, $7,000. I'm not sleeping right now.
An investor.
When I launched Manor Farm, I had and did the migration. We migrated from a token called Rev to Dog and Pigs, and we removed that liquidity from the Rev token. We ended up removing 90+%, basically all of it, and migrated over to the Animal Farm. And people kept buying Rev, even though we announced there's no utility for it. The project is done. We've migrated that value over to the new tokens because that was the whole point of Animal Farm. Like it wasn't an error or an issue. This was literally on the roadmap of the project. There was a functionality to it. And after we removed all liquidity from the Rev token and announced for 2 days people not to buy it, people continued to buy it, right? Just buying the dip blindly. It even trended on Dex tools because people were so excited about it. But of course, within a day or two, right, it just died out. And so, I wouldn't be chasing a pump right now because that pump is most likely being caused by people that have no clue what's going on and gambling on it because they see it's trending on Dex tools. It's down 90-something%. Why not throw $1,000 in it? Because people are gamblers, right? So I've seen this before. I've seen this a lot of times, right?
That's not what's happening here. That's not what happened. We have a huge core community. They were on the AMA. They're putting claps up on Medium, and plus they've been here a couple of times. There are times in the life cycle of this project where there's been few and far between buying opportunities at certain price levels, and they're just taking advantage of this. People are just strictly taking advantage of this. Long-term whales are taking advantage of this. I have all manners and sophistications of investors in here, in different sizes. Trust me that most of this buying pressure is just the smart money taking advantage, because I'm not going anywhere. We have more partners coming out of the visit to BTC 2022 than we had going in. They know our name now. They know what EMP.Money is.
And
people who are what?
Timing.
And you are fixing the bug, right?
And I'm fixing the bug. Yeah, and I'm fixing the bug.
By when? That's my question. By when?
I'm looking at this job. This is like a 48-hour job, if that.
Okay.
I don't have to hire a team of developers. I do all this stuff. I'll just fix the bug. Done. And then we have auditors on standby. We have auditors on standby from Peck Shield, and from Insure Ace, and from Certic.
Slick snake oil salesman.
Hey, really?
Hey, Forex.
Per month, that there's been millions of dollars of liquidity going into the protocol, right? How could, just in really simple terms, right? How could $12 million completely collapse the house of cards so quickly? Just in super simple terms.
Because it was the whole liquidity pool.
Yeah. 70% holder, dumping all the tokens back into the liquidity pool, just slides it back down the price curve. That's all. Just as fast as we go up, we can go back down if a large holder whale dump. I mean, we've seen this whale dump mechanics in every single project that's on a Uniswap clone or Uniswap itself. That's how AMMs work. That's how the constant product works. You win by holders holding strong. It's not speculative, it's mechanical. So that was the innovation. Because the innovation was instead of burning, when you do token buybacks, a lot of times what people do is they'll pull it out of AMM, but then they'll just throw it into the debt address, which is useless because price goes up and then the whales that are left just dump back again. So the thing I had was, let's make the token desirable by pushing those tokens into a treasury. But what we're trying to do is protect the treasury. Obviously, you didn't do a good job here, but we want to protect the treasury. And then instead of selling those principal tokens, since it's a reflect token, and since we have another use case, the flow use case, right? The drip style use case, we can use the reflections and the fact that when people bond their tokens, bonding simply meaning, a certificate of deposit style, when you bond, you're relinquishing 100% to get back a certain percentage per day. So now you're extending a time horizon for a fixed principal asset plus the additional yield on top. Now we can use the yield and reflections and all of that entropy on that big whale holder in the treasury, shave off the top for yield, and then the system can just run forever. And that's how this works. And
it's good. And I mean, I'm finding a silver lining here, right? Because you're saying 48 hours, Friday, Saturday, that's a pretty big thing for you to say, we're going to have it fixed, right? I'm finding the silver lining, and I'm excited personally to see how everything unfolds after this for a redemption. I'm really excited to see you prosper. I'm excited to see everyone prosper, right? That's all we want to do. We don't want to be at war with each other, any disagreements. I like that everyone in here is, civil and stuff. And I am excited to see how the next week plays out. And I'm excited to see you rectify this. And, I'm excited for people who hold or things like that to be rewarded for that as well. We're all here for long term. So, thanks for at least being here. And some people before were saying, oh, you're not fronting up to it. I think you're doing a really good job, and I think this is a great test, a stress test, really. And I'm excited to see, if it all comes to fruition, right? So,
Hey, no problem. Thanks. I mean, for me, I've handled this for my whole career. Sometimes, most of the time, helping fix other people's mistakes, similar to how I stepped in to help Piston team. And I do that free of charge. I'm obviously going to do that free for my own project, and just keep it moving. None of us asked to be attacked like this. At the end of the day, we have to remember that we were attacked.
Yep.
And then everybody's doing their part in the community to fix the problem.
but to be super clear on my personal note, just personally, not that it really matters. Personally, for me, I'm done with this for the moment. But for you and your community, people who stick with you, I hope it really does well. But for me, personally, out from this point onwards. But I really do appreciate and hope that things do fold out really good.
Well, I'm sticking to it. I'm gonna stay in. I'm gonna DCA, but I wanted to know when we can do it. Like, and you say, BankTeller, 48 hours. Let's just wait 48 hours and start buying again, right?
Yeah, and all the announcements are going to be on the medium and stuff, and
yeah, I'm sticking to it. I'm sticking to it, man.
Right. I mean, so here's the cool part: the people who are in Stampede, they're in, and they're having the most stress-free experience if they just wait for the updates, and everything will just turn back on, and it'll be business as usual. So,
it's
hey,
just I saw when you compare yourself to Jordan and Superman, but I think right now you are actually a village chief that has got a lot of villagers to feed. The price is going up right now, of course, but there's so many people that bought way below this price. Way above this price right now. They are just waiting to get what they can salvage out of the system. I feel bad for a lot of people, but the truth remains that it's nobody's fault that this happened. But as a developer, I don't think you should, be saying, "Oh, people should buy," because at the end of the day, it might be a second bond for a lot of people. So you want to focus on the problem, try to fix it, and just let everyone do whatever they think is right for them.
To follow up on that, BT, I listened to your entire AMA earlier, and you just seem to be reading from a script for the majority of the time. And then once questions came along and then something serious happened, you just started to point the finger at Forex and other people. And I'm not trying to continue the drama, but like, come on, man, you know what you were doing.
So,
I got a question. I was going to ask BankTeller. So this isn't a situation where you need another token or like a token migration or any of that, right? You're saying
no.
Okay, so that's so this thing is it's down, but can come back, rise from the ashes. It's still win the fight, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's I mean, I hate to say it, but look, the core community is not giving up on this by a long shot. The core community understands how this works. We're version 4.2 right now, about to make the leap to V5. We've had over a dozen deployments for Stampede in the reserve. So this version of the reserve isn't even the worst version of the reserve that's ever run. So it's this is like the Iron Man suit. Pepper Potts comes in, she says, Iron Man's on the couch. She says, "Oh, is that like your fifth suit?" He's like, "Nah, it's actually 40 something." It's like,
really quick question here. You're obviously really, pretty intellectual and stuff. You've made a pretty big protocol. How could you make such an oversight on something that could have such a detrimental effect?
On
Nope.
And then another. Why do you guys come in contact and mess it up?
Wait, say again.
Every protocol that I've seen in DeFi, there's only two ways that it gets messed up. Either one, somebody comes in with a whole bunch of money and exploits the contract, or they send bots in. Why haven't you devs taken the understanding that, okay, somebody can come in and put $200 million in the contract and drain it, or why don't you let the little guys? The little guys are the ones that are going to sustain the protocol for long term. The whales are going to come in and eat for 90 days and they're gone into another protocol and into another protocol, into another protocol. And the ones that get left holding the bag are the ones that have $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 that are putting into the protocol. And the only way the protocol can stay up is if we continue to put money in, but they've drained a lot of the money and it's going to take time to get that back up to where it is. So why don't you guys put something in place where whales can't come in and destroy the ecosystem?
The short answer is,
I mean, in his defense, usually whales.
Here's a
don't
good
do
way to
that.
here's
Usually
a good way to
whales,
think about it.
If they're making money off something that has product market fit and you continue to make money off of it, you usually don't just do like a money grab. I mean, usually if it's working, it's secure, it's been running great, like DRIP, for instance. You usually don't just pull your money out and go somewhere else, because where else are you going to go? Like,
Yeah, DRIP is a whole,
this is like,
different animal.
I understand that. DRIP's completely different. Believe me, I
So
know. I'm just saying that the way it's designed, that's not what it's designed for.
Right. It's designed to make money. I understand what it's designed for. What I'm speaking is, would you rather have somebody come in and put 200 million and drain your protocol, or would you rather have 20 million people in there with $3,000 that are going to keep it in there for years?
Right. This protocol is really, I mean, whales have been interacting with this protocol, and other than, having to write like a sophisticated smart contract that, starts with flash loans and does what it does. I've shared the exploit TX with you. Whales that were just using it as is, we're very happy with it. Those whales help benefit everyone. Like, everyone's on an equal playing field with this protocol. It's only when we had this bad actor come in, and yes, they are bad actors. There's no way to sugarcoat it. The person who executed this transaction is a thief. Okay, so prior to this, working just great. Can take a punch. So we're just going to close the holes and continue moving. Wait, maybe let's wrap up. I come in DGen, I come into less than friendly waters because I'm not afraid to address critics, and I'm not afraid to take serious questions. That's why I come in here and do these things. Like, I'm not trying to hide from anything. I'm not trying to hide from my mistakes or anything like that. Shit happens. This is software development. Your phone gets up. What version of iOS are you on? 15.4.1 for me. That's not version 15.4.1 from Apple is not coming from a place of perfection. It's the realities of software development.
But BankTeller, that doesn't cut it. We are talking about millions of dollars.
And guess what? iOS 15.4.1 represents trillions of dollars. All these applications on the App Store, if they're impacted by bugs, they lose money, way more money than this little project.
How are you comparing yourself to
Why don't
Apple,
you have
dude?
the
Come on, man.
contracts audited by like someone better than like
that?
Certic? I mean, not like maybe like Paladin or Zeppelin or one of them. Like reputable.
He tried to, and nobody stepped up.
No, you have to be chosen.
Well, no, Paladin. It's not about stepping up. You pay Paladin, and they audit your contracts.
Right. Exactly.
I offered to Paladin to turn me down.
Why?
They said they didn't want to audit it. They wouldn't give me a straight answer either.
That doesn't.
Maybe you should go. So maybe some community members should go and ask Paladin why they didn't want to audit.
Well, they have no responsibility to audit your contracts, so whatever. If
I
they
mean,
didn't want to audit your
you
contract, they didn't want to
can't
audit
speak
it.
out of
Fine.
both sides of your mouth. You like, that's the problem with the space. They're
But how is it
gatekeeping.
any more difficult to audit than DRIP was? Why would they just audit?
No,
DRIP
it wasn't
and not-
difficult to audit at all. I have no clue why Paladin wouldn't want to audit them. I mean, you pay Paladin money, they'll audit you. Maybe they were busy or something. Maybe it's something like that. But it's strange.
Yeah.
Hey, BankTeller, I hear
That's
what you're
weird.
saying as far as auditing and whatnot.
So
I'm
if
gonna
I
kind of
reach out to
caveat-
them and ask them, they're gonna tell me that they turned you down.
I can give you screenshots. Let me see.
Listen, guys, all that is
No, I'm just asking, man. Just it seems weird.
All that audit stuff and all that is great, but what I'm saying is this. I've only been in this DeFi space for about 6 months, right? I day trade, and I decided to come into this DeFi space. The first time I went into a protocol, I got hit. Second time I went into a protocol, it got hit. Third time I went into the protocol, it got hit, but this developer locked it up where nothing could happen. And I've been waiting for that protocol to relaunch. I won't say no names because I'm not looking for any protocol. I'm just saying, as you guys develop these projects, you guys got to start thinking about the little guys. I know this is all about making money, but if you guys don't fix this stuff in the next 6 months to a year, news travels fast, and people won't be investing in these projects, and they'll die if you can't protect the investor. If we're putting up money, you guys need to build protocols that these things can't happen, and everybody will put their money in. Everybody. But if they
right, let Forex speak on this. Let Forex speak on this.
If you want me to speak on it, yeah, that's fine.
Absolutely, Forex. Absolutely.
Wait, hold on. Before you do that, like I'm posting this right in the chat. Hold on.
Okay, so whenever
These
you
are
do
your heroes. Wait, Forex, 1 second. I want to do this.
Paladin's nobody's hero. They're nobody's hero.
Here it is. Boom. So maybe we can put this to rest now. I posted it right here.
Yeah,
They
it's
didn't want
weird.
to take
It's
the
weird
work.
that they wouldn't want to audit you, but wherever. If they didn't want to audit you, that's fine. I'd just say it's weird. I'm not saying that that you're lying or anything. It's just weird. They're a company that makes money auditing. So, anyways, what I was gonna say before, when you said that these people that did this are thieves, I agree with you. When I was speaking earlier about why they would want to move the money to Ethereum and potentially getting flagged or blacklisted, and whether it's a legal gray area, whether they're utilizing your contract in a way that you didn't design, and if that's legal or legal, right? I was speaking to it from that perspective, whether it's legal or illegal, and how there's that gray area there. Of course, they're thieves. Of course, they did the wrong thing, and they should do the right thing and give the money back to you, I guess. But whatever, it's on them. Not my issue. Now, as far as you're saying that basically the DeFi space needs to shape up and get better, right? And I agree with you, right? So we're an extremely new and we're creating innovative technology. And whenever you have a innovative space that is really trying to develop new protocols, like brand new protocols that no one's ever done, you're going to have the occasional technical issues, right? But you need to have backup protocols and essentially plans in case something unexpected does happen to be able to protect the investor capital and rectify the situation. So I'm sure you were talking about Animal Farm and Piggy Bank when you said that you're in a project that was whatever and it's paused now and you're waiting for it to unpause. It's paused because we had backup security protocols that would prevent the protocol from being drained in case something unexpected did happen. In case something unexpected happened, which when you're developing in an innovative space, they do happen. The important thing is that you protect investor capital when they do happen, and that's what we've done with Piggy Bank. And you can look at my previous projects, right? I've been developing in the space for a long time, right? Years, and I've launched multiple platforms, and they've all been
The sound of pissing.
Sounds like he said boss were unexpected.
In case
Yeah,
you didn't realize.
he muted himself.
Yeah.
Sound like he
Mute
was
myself.
taking a shower for a minute.
When did I mute myself?
You've been muted
Like
for
a minute ago, maybe.
A minute. Oh, I don't know where I left off. Where did I leave off?
You have built so many platforms, something like that.
Like problems happen to arise, but it's about the contracts and what you put in place to protect against that.
Yeah, what you put in place to protect against it, because these issues will happen from time to time, and there are ways to protect yourself against it. Now, when these issues do come up, you have to look at the severity of the issue, and you have to look at how reasonable it was that the developers would have caught this issue, and if they what should be the expectation to have been able to prevent this beforehand. And you have to take that into account, and you also have to take into account the developer's history, and if this is a consistent thing that's happening where they're constantly launching contracts that are having major fundamental issues with them, and take that into account as well. So I agree with you. The space has to clean up, like all new spaces need to clean up. And I do believe we are the future of finance, and we really are creating a revolution in finance. And revolutions can be bloody. And whenever you have a lot of new money being made, you always have a lot of new money being lost as well. So I know myself as a developer, my team are making major improvements all the time. Since the launch of Animal Farm, we brought on an additional dev who worked for who did quality control for an auditing company, who is now only doing quality control for us. Essentially, another developer to watch over our shoulder at all times, to go over all of our work, to ensure the quality is there. And I've also made adjustments, so I will never give a launch day until 100% of the work is done. And this is so I never feel pressured to make a last minute decision, right? So that's another thing that I've learned from this experience and will implement in the future. And then I've made major just changes as far as my development team, right? So I've learned from the issues that you brought up, and I would say you can look at my history and see that all of my other projects have been extremely successful, and we've never had a major fundamental issue. And the one time we hit a kind of, I would say, substantial bump in the road, still our security protocols were in place to protect investor capital, right, and move forward, right? It just a couple weeks for us to handle what we need to handle to rectify the situation. So that's it. I agree we need to clean up the space, but not everybody's the same here. And because we happen to have kind of unfortunate situations happen at similar times, it's not it's not the same situation, right? They're two completely different.
I gotta say, Forex, you are explaining perfectly fine, but it sounds to me, at least for the normal people, that you're making excuses for BankTeller or explaining what happened to him.
Well, no, I'm not making so this is why I said you have to take into
specifically BankTeller at all.
Yeah, this is why I was saying you have to take into account, right, the person's history, and you have to take into account the probability that they should have reasonably found this exploit before it launched. And my opinion of BankTeller's exploit is he should have saw the vulnerability before it happened. He was warned about it. He didn't fix it, and he has a serious history of creating stuff that gets hacked and exploited. So I'm not.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm not making
Can
excuses for him at
you
all.
let BankTeller respond to that, because that's some pretty serious accusations.
Oh yeah, he can. I mean,
I think Forex. I think I don't know if you think you're helping, but I think you're just taking pot shots.
oh no, man, he wanted me. I wanted to respond because what he said when he listed those things, he included my project. So I wanted to explain what I just explained, the history, and then he said I'm trying to make excuses for BankTeller, which I'm not, and I can give my opinion on that when that's brought up. I have no reason to hate on you, you know. Like I said,
I don't know if it's the best use of either of our time for us to be, you know, I'm not, number one, I'm not going tit for tat with you, because I'm not going to do it. I'm take the high road, and I'll be the first to even say that I use DRIP and the Garden, by the way. I hope that they both rebound when DRIP 100.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
When DRIP 100, can the dev do something? No, I'm just kidding. No, but like, yeah, it's you know, shit's gonna happen. Like, so I have another update from PeckShield, and they've tracked down who exactly stole our funds and where the shit's going. So I'm gonna add that as an update as well. Oh shit, I didn't finish adding the update for the graveyard.
Yeah, but have they taken it off the blockchain yet? I mean,
it's a lot of it's sitting on Ethereum right now.
Yeah, that's
we
what I
have
was
the
saying
best
earlier.
in the
It's all on
business.
Ethereum and like a bunch of different wallets. And they're probably, we were gonna say, they might be about to use Tornado Cash or something similar.
I have the information directly from the exports. The bottom line is that we have some of the best in the world standing with the herd and trying and working on this problem. So, you know, somebody asked, you know, what are the chances it's going to happen again? I would say unlikely, because, you know, there's enough eyes on this. There's enough goodwill that was made at BTC 2022 that people actually are really, you know, I'm getting DMs saying, you know, you're handling this well. I don't know how well I'm handling this right now in this call, but overall, you know, the communication, I know what I'm doing in terms of trying to communicate and activate partners to get help to solve the problem. So we're triaging this problem in real time. There's more than just me working on this at this point. And we will get this issue resolved. And once we do get it resolved and there's and confidence has been restored, you're going to see price, you know, go return to normal everywhere, and we're just going to keep it moving. I said that from the very beginning. We're going to just fix the problem and keep it moving, and that's exactly what we're doing. And it hasn't even been 12 hours. I mean, it's so. Let me just post these updates to. I'm just going to post these updates. I'm going to go on mute and post these updates.
Quick question for you.
Hey, me?
Yeah, cool question for you, Forex.
Yeah, you turned way down.
I don't know if this would be possible, but what about creating like some type of project, like something similar to like liquidity? I mean, now liquidity on like Ethereum that allows you to like collateralize your tokens and get like, you know, a stable coin for it, like LUSD or whatever it's called. What about something like that for DRIP? I know DRIP's like very volatile, at least it has been, but like, do you think something like that could ever? Because it'd be nice to be able to collateralize your DRIP.
Yeah,
and take a loan from it, because it's really helpful for like tax purposes, for instance. In
I would
certain
say if you have any cool ideas, just speak to me about them privately, right? But you know,
well, yeah, I DM'd you, but I know you get like so many messages, so I figured you hadn't seen it.
Yeah, well, you know, I would say if anybody wants to get a hold of me, I hesitate to say this. I don't want to bother Bartertown, but Bartertown's always real good if someone reaches out to him, letting me know if it's something important or not. And you know, Drip Ninja, Angel, right? These are guys that if you can't get in touch with me, hit up one of them, let them know, and they're my admins. So like I see their posts, right? I mean, the reason I don't ever ignore anybody's DMs, but
no, that's why I said I know you get a lot of
spam
messages.
I get so many DMs. Yeah. So basically, when I have an existing conversation with someone, As soon as I get a DM with someone and I engage a conversation, I start a new folder so I can see if that person or anybody DMs me. But if you're not in one of those saved DM folders,
All right, I'm gonna send you a message right now.
I just that means I'm not gonna get your DM ever, basically.
All right, so I'll send you a message right
I
now.
have a question for Forex, real quick. Any idea when we'll be able to buy DRIP with like a regular credit card, debit card, or even like a prepaid card, like on a like a 24-hour pharmacy or something like that? In the foreseeable future.
Yeah, so I've done some investigation in this, and there's MoonPay, and there's another platform that allows you to do it. And I applied at not MoonPay. I applied at the other one. The name's not coming to mind because it was because I've been dealing with Piggy Bank, so I haven't looked at it in a couple months. And I do not know what the result of that application is yet because I've been super focused on Piggy Bank. And then MoonPay, I actually have a connection at MoonPay that's an investor at that's an investor in DRIP, and he's someone that was an extremely early investor in MoonPay and holds a decent amount of equity in the company. And my plan is to try to leverage that connection that I have and not go through the regular application process, but instead try to get someone in the back door to at least open that door for me. So it's not just sending in an application and waiting on it. So these are definitely things that I'm going to be working on. People know I put DRIP to the side a bit so I could focus on getting Animal Farm and Piggy Bank launched. And my plan is to immediately go back to putting attention on DRIP. And we have multiple things that are ready to go with DRIP, such as the UI, the new UI is built, and things, such as exactly this, that we have, opportunities that we can take advantage of, that we're really in a position to take advantage of. It's just a matter of having the time to do it, and we will as soon as Piggy Bank is launched. So tomorrow, tomorrow we're hooking up the contracts to the front end and allowing the administrators to start manually testing on the front end. We started doing that today. It'll be completed tomorrow. And tomorrow, the admins will be just manually playing around with the contracts. We've already done all the automated and scripted testing. So they're just going to do, just to make sure all the buttons are working and everything like that, right? Just to get a whole bunch of random people, well, not random people, admins, to just test it out. And on Thursday, I'll be making an announcement on when we're going live, which will be the following Thursday. And I'll be doing an AMA on Thursday for YouTube. And then after that, essentially, it's just a matter of promoting. So at that point, my full focus is going to be promoting Animal Farm, Piggy Bank, and DRIP, and handling all the side issues associated with them, like getting in contact with MoonPay, getting the new UI finished, getting ready for the scratch ticket protocol that we're going to launch. And there's a whole bunch of smaller dev teams that are stuff. I've been really hesitant to any of them because we that try to use games to steal people's money, which is why you don't see me out there promoting Monopoly Money and the other one. But there are some good ones that are in the world right now that I will be giving my full support to. So I'm glad you got that one, but I'll be getting right on that.
Hey, Forex, I sent you a message.
We better get some sleep.
And so you guys know, I already said this. Keep on just to be doing higher quality development. It also means that I can spend more time doing things like promoting, networking, you know, getting better marketing opportunities, getting things like fiat on ramps. I have a lot more time to do that because we're bringing on additional help. And I'm constantly looking for additional people to bring onto the team, but it's just very hard to find good people. But we're always looking, and we're always getting better.
How do you
Your
deal with all
investors
the
are
lack
more
of
than willing
sleep?
to help.
How are you dealing with staying up so late? Like you mentioned earlier, you're going to go to sleep hours ago. What time is it there? How are you dealing with this Forex? Like, I would be absolutely wrecked if I stayed up.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm used to it. You know, I'm up sometimes for 48 hours working on things. But you are right though. I should get off sleep. So no, I hate that stuff. Well, I hate all kinds of even caffeine. I don't like much. Like if I drink a coffee, I don't feel good. I drink like Coke. Like I'll have a can of Coke. That'll keep me a little awake. So I hate all that stuff. You know, I don't drink alcohol. I don't touch anything like that.
So you're out here just breathing in the air and staying up
Feeling
for
good,
days.
man.
Like,
Feeling good.
Tapped
Drinking
into the
cans of
source,
Coke.
man. Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, guys.
Well, I mean, you probably
I'll talk to you
should.
later.
Hey, Forex, check your
Yeah,
messages.
appreciate your time, man.
I'll check my message right now. All right. Good night.
Man. All right,
See, I want to do
Forex.
that as well, actually.
Thanks, Forex. Uh-oh, Shane's in the room.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna trip on nobody. Actually, I want to say the opposite. You know what? I've always been one of the biggest people against BT. You know, when he would screw up in this group, and I'm backing BT. I'm still gonna stand beside him. He's not a bad dude. Anybody makes mistakes, but sometimes we make big fucking mistakes. But let's give BT a chance to right his mistake. Because he's a really good dude. I've gotten to know him a lot better over the last
An
year.
$11 million mistake.
Yeah, it's
When
a
you
big
have a
mistake, but you know
market
what?
cap of
Nobody's
400
fucking
million,
perfect. We all
doing?
fucked up at some point. It's how you handle it. And BT is not a shitty human being. He just made a mistake. So let's just remember that and try not to take it as a personal thing with him. And I've always been, anyone who knows me knows I'm one of the most outspoken people in this group, and I have been very outspoken against BT many times, so I hope to use people that know, because people were waiting for me to find out as I've been out of town. I haven't been able to deal with this. Everyone's like, oh God, he's going to beat the shit out of BT. He's going to fly across the U.S. and beat his ass. And I'm not, because BT's a good dude. We all make mistakes. Yeah, people are laughing because they know me. They know I will go across the U.S. to fuck somebody up. And BT, I got your back, man. Just do the right thing, dude. Just be a good human being like you are, dude.
Hey, has this not been the best fucking video chat of all time?
Dude, I was supposed to go to bed. I got a 9-hour drive in a few hours back home.
I got to get my blood work done in the morning. I got to get to bed too. But this has been the best fucking. If you don't like the DGen protocol, get the fuck out.
Cheap token.
Lord. I can't wait for the Netflix movie in 1 year. Quadriga CX got
Hey guys,
nothing on
I
this.
know half of you guys, are on one side, half of you on the other, but both of them have made mistakes, right? Look at the animal farm right now. A lot of us have had our money stuck. I'm not turning my back on Forex. You know what I mean? Like, so with one dude makes a major mistake.
The money isn't lost though.
Shit. Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I lost a lot of fucking value with all this, my money being caught up like that. I lost a lot.
But the
key
that
he's
costing it right
Shane, it's going to be good to see how it all unfolds. It's going to be good to see how BT and Forex, they both go forward from this. It's already a positive thing in a way. I know it's a tragic situation, but it's positive. We're going to see how things unfold and test the true, character and integrity of, when really stuff hits the fan, and so far what I've seen has been incredibly good. Forex making a situation out of a bearish situation. And I'm sure if BT, comes here, delivers by Friday, whenever, it's going to be a positive outcome and, a bright future ahead for everybody,
Yeah, that's what I say. Let's try and stay positive about it because, like BT is here. He's facing us all right though. He knows in this group is where if this is one of the places if people are gonna like rip him a new ass to his face, this is one of the only places that he knows it will happen, and he's here and he's facing
here.
us, right? He's not
Yep.
hiding from
Yep.
us, and that alone, you know, I think is pretty respectful because a lot of guys, even if they're not a bad person or they didn't rug pull, they're gonna feel so guilty or ashamed or embarrassed that they're just been like, you know what, I'm gonna let this just sit for a day.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
thanks BT
that's
for
not always true.
being
just
here
FYI.
and facing it all too, man, because that takes big man and big balls. So thank you, dude.
It's like a big test of character, really. Big test of character, and if it all falls through, well, I mean, that's a redemption in my books. You know, big test of character, redemption. We'll see.
Bro,
We'll see
all
how
he
it all
really
pans
did
out.
was
Eh?
come in here and tell
Actions,
people to buy
actions, learn words.
like he's just gonna make more money. End of the day, he just came here to
Most
tell
rug
you guys to
pullers
buy more.
are severe narcissists, so they want the attention. Remember that.
You can speculate all you like, but pointing fingers right now, it's no use, right? How about we just take the action?
And
then
James,
we can
you
make
just
your
said you didn't like
assumptions.
BT. Like you
That's what I
said, you
say.
didn't feel like he was a good
Let
person.
BT like let
History don't
him
rhyme and
pick
repeat.
This dude is at
I
the core
never
of this
said I
shit,
didn't
bro.
like
He's
him.
buying a new fucking
I never said that.
dude.
I just said that personally now I'm stepping away from that platform, letting it unfold. I never said anything negative about him or anyone else. I respect both of them. And BT, highly skilled developer, and yeah, as you said, we all make mistakes, right? But now let's just see the action unfold and let's see what truly happens, and that's what's going to speak the loudest. Not all of us pointing fingers and speculating on things. Let's just see the action. That's the loudest thing that speaks here. All right, so I completely agree with Shane, and let's just keep positive. We're all here for the betterment of each other. We're not here to lose. We're here to win. So why not keep?
I
We all
think
win
what we
together.
need to what we need to remember too is that we still have our tokens. Yes, they've devalued, but we still have our tokens. So who's to say that these don't go up again? We can't say that. And wouldn't it be, if we were to all get together and even put in $100 or something just to get it even going again and make it all happen even quicker? It's a gamble, sure, but it's crypto and our tokens are still there.
Yep.
It's
He's going to catch all of you guys. I think he's going to catch you. So I wouldn't be worried, and it's fine.
Well, it's really late when the Aussies are speaking. This tells us it's really late, guys. The Aussies are waking
Yeah,
up.
this is,
It's the middle of their day.
Show's over.
All right, let's go to sleep.
Pretty much. But yeah, let's keep positive and don't trip, buy the dip, whatever. DeFi, early days. In a month or two, you could be looking back laughing, looking back crying. Doesn't matter. Just you're alive. You're alive. It's good.
And you guys can always go buy Sheep Token. If you guys don't know DGen Protocol, we do have our own ecosystem we're building. So if you guys are looking at something else that you don't got to go buy, but go check out Sheep Token on Kronos. And then hopefully, we're never in a situation where we're having to face people like this, but being that we have developed our own thing, I look at stuff differently and I treat BankTeller differently now because I see how stuff can go. You spend all this time and all this effort in this one tiny little exploit and someone finds it and it just really fucks